Testing. Buenas noches y bienvenidos a esta junta del Consejo. Vamos a tener interpretación al español. Si por favor pueden activarlo en la parte inferior de sus pantallas, va a aparecer el globo terráqueo cuando yo termine de hablar. Y a los presentes pueden tomar un set de audífonos en la parte de atrás del salón en el que se encuentran. Gracias y bienvenidos.
And then we had several other teams with cross country, water polo, football, and there were so many wrap ups. I don't know if we have the exact dates when their final games were or if they have already happened, but we know that they finished very, very strong. I just wanted to personally recognize Sophia Rodriguez Pearson. She represented SLO High School at the Southern California Championships with a score of 77. She is one of the best. She is already committed to a school for golf. She is one of the strongest fall sports players at our school. She is genuinely one of the best golf players I have ever seen. Our football also finished up its competitive year in the CIF quarterfinals. They fought so hard, and all of their sportsmanship, they all worked so hard towards that, and we're so proud of them. Looking forward to our winter sports, we had a winter sports meeting for the parents where the families just reviewed their expectations and made sure all students, athletes, and the parents were aligned for a safe and well-supported season. Now moving on to the arts. We had our student artists in Mr. Roper's class, which is our digital design class, create some really impressive graphic design pieces to showcase. It's all just in a collage at the top of that slide there. Our digital design pathway is one at SLO High School, and they're always working to showcase what talents they've learned in that class. We also had AP Art History students present at this city council meeting about the potential SLO Museum of Art expansion. That's Graham Taiji, Phoebe Demarest, and Simon Gowler. They are taking AP Art History right now, and anyone who knows them knows that they just are so passionate about it, and so we're so proud of them for representing SLO High and pushing for the arts to be furthered. And we also have our band program holding its annual holiday tree and wreath fundraiser, offering affordable prices and direct funding for the music education, both for SLO High School and Laguna Middle School. And then we also have our SLO High School Expressions newspaper. The new trimester means all new student journalists, and we are so proud of them and the articles that they are publishing. And so we just wanted to tell you all to check them out because they work so hard on every piece that they publish. Moving on to our ASB updates. 2 weeks ago, ASB had a very, very successful Battle of the Beads. I don't remember who won, but you can see them because you can't see their neck in the top left corner because it is so covered by the beads. It was a very successful battle, and they all just had so much fun with it. We also had a beautiful Dia de los Muertos ofrenda at the front of the school. I believe this was mentioned over the last couple of school board meetings, but this is something that we're very proud of at SLO High School, where one of our ASB representatives was able to set this up and make it available to the public of SLO High School. And then ASB is also launching the annual Thanksgiving food drive to support the Elks Lodge in feeding local families. This is just an emphasis on service and community engagement that's going on throughout the rest of this week. And then we also have blood drive signups going on throughout December. We had, I believe, 2 to 3 blood drives last year, and all of them were very, very successful. And yeah, we also have our holiday carols coming up. And so I assume in the next couple of board meetings, there will likely be a video of all of ASB singing to one class period, which is about 25 to 30 kids. So that'll be a lot of fun. And then in our other updates, we had our FFA opening its Mid-State Fair livestock program to students. It offered hands-on agricultural training and summer events for school credit. This is our FFA program is again one of the strongest. We are so proud of them at SLO High School. They work so hard, and it is truly a year-long event. I was talking to someone in FFA, and she was saying we end one barbecue and then we immediately go into raising livestock and we go into something else, and they just work so tirelessly, and we are so proud of them. We also had our Model UN program perform exceptionally at UC Berkeley's conference. It was the same weekend that Math Club went to their conference too. We also brought home 8 of the Best and Outstanding Delegate Awards, which is such a remarkable accomplishment because last time we only had 1 to 2 students winning awards. So as we continue to improve, we are watching our entire Model UN community improve as well. And then moving on to upcoming events, we have our Thanksgiving break coming up and our Fall Sports Award Night and other awards night. But other than that, there is nothing else going on as of yet. We are just looking to a lot of empty space in between all the breaks, and we're so excited to see what comes out of our other winter sports and everything else going on at SLO High. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Jocelyn Ocampo-Mateo from Morro Bay High School.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jocelyn, and I am the ASB president over at Morro Bay High School, and I'm very glad to be back here today to present about my school. If I could just get confirmation that you can see the other TV, because this one turned off. Oh, it's working? Okay. Hopefully, I know what you're doing.
But we can't see it.
Okay, to start off, we have our gratitude week this week. It is a time where different clubs around our campus are able to put on and host a different activity at either nutrition or lunch. So this week we have FFA that hosted on Monday. Today we had gratitude grams from our wellness club. We have flower grams from our outdoors club on Wednesday. We have a gratitude photo booth on Thursday from our Interact club. And we have a piñata/gratitude chain from the Hispanic Heritage Club on Friday. So it's very exciting. It's a really cool thing that students get to do right before they're off for Thanksgiving break. And then we also held our student recognition lunch today with staff members inviting students they feel exhibit great character and classroom success as a way to show students their thankfulness. And I had the honor of going to this student recognition lunch as well. And we had amazing barbecued burgers from our admin, which was very lovely. Some of our auto students attended the SEMA and AAPEX shows in Las Vegas, where they explored cutting-edge automotive innovations, met industry professionals, and learned about future career pathways in the automotive and aftermarket industries. We are very thankful for our teacher, Mr. Wimmer, for all the time and effort he puts in to supporting our students. And it was truly such a great and amazing experience for these kids to learn more about cars and maybe even future career paths. So we're very thankful for that. And the annual MBHS Aggie Backer fundraiser was a huge success the weekend before last. We only have a few more shows left on November 21st and 22nd for our Morro Bay High School's The Play That Goes Wrong. We had 4 shows last weekend, and I am the co-president for our drama club, actually, and so I'm a part of this production, and it's just so much fun, whether you're on stage or watching it, and I am just so thankful that this can be my senior show, and I really recommend that everyone come see it. And I also attached a trailer, so hopefully it works. That video was made by senior Emerson Jackway, who is also in the play. So I would really recommend you guys come out to check it out. We have a show Friday at 7 p.m. and we have a matinee on Saturday at 2 p.m. and our closing show will be at 7 p.m. this Saturday. And now for sports. Last night we held our winter sports parent meeting, as well as wrestling, soccer, and basketball are all kicking off their seasons. With soccer, I know they just had their tryouts. I believe basketball just started their preseason, maybe? Correct me if I'm wrong. And we also held the annual girls basketball alumni game on Saturday. There were Pirate players from the 1970s all the way up to the recent years. former coach Gary Nerelli was in attendance and coached the alumni team. For most of all of our fall sports, almost all teams have wrapped up. Football lost a hard-fought game at the #1 ranked Liberty High School on Friday night in Madeira. And our cross-country teams continue their seasons with the Central Section CIF Championships this Thursday afternoon. And our CIF Championship girls volleyball team is hoping to keep their state playoff run going. Tonight, they play in the Southern Regional Final at home, and if they win, they will face off against the Northern Regional winner for the 2025 California State Championship in Los Angeles. This has been so exciting for our school, and we could not be more proud of this group of girls. Our varsity team actually comprises of 11 seniors, so this matters so much to them, and I had the honor of being at the CIF championship game, and it was just so much fun, and I loved seeing all the school spirit and seeing our community truly come together to support our school. It was just amazing to watch. Upcoming, we have a lot going on these next few weeks. We have our fall sports celebration night on Wednesday, December 3rd. Dance Fusion Art in Motion will have a lunch performance at lunch on December 4th. And we will be hosting our financial aid night for all seniors and their families on the evening on December 4th, so they can receive aid with FAFSA and CATA applications. Our winter choir concert is going to be at the Cuesta College PAC on December 11th, as well as our winter band concert will be on December 15th at the Cal Poly PAC. ASB will be having our winter rally on the 10th of December, as well as our annual holiday lane on December 11th, which is where we have many different clubs come together at lunch. We have an extended lunch period, and they put on their own little tables with fun winter activities. And we have our winter formal dance put on by our sophomores in ASB on the evening of the 12th. And that is all for this presentation. Thank you so much again for the opportunity to share.
Okay, thank you both for these presentations and for joining us this evening. You, as always, are welcome to stay, participate in the meeting if you like, but we can see that you have a lot going on, so we will understand if you leave now with our thanks. Okay, next we have Del Mar, program highlights.
We need our slide deck. I know Mandy's working on it. Thank you for having us. We're really happy to be here. I will admit that I created the slides for this presentation, but the kids know what we're doing. So I brought them in and said, what would you say if we were presenting this? And I typed what they said. So these are their words, even though they're reading them because, you know, we're here and there's a lot of people. But I thought it was really interesting, some of the word choices that they came up with, and I noticed a theme, and I wonder if you guys will notice a theme in some of the things that they were had observed were important about what the things that we are doing. So I'm going to introduce, there we go. Okay, deep breath. Okay, there's a stool back here, so I'm going to be standing close by to manage the stool a little so we don't have any tipping or tripping. Okay, great. So I'm not trying to be hovery. I'm just here in case to be the stability, okay? So I want to start by introducing our student council and thanking our fourth grade teacher, Jeffrey Morgan, for leading student council. The students in the third, fourth, and fifth grade classes voted for their representatives, and they support us as a school, and I invited them to come and speak tonight. So we have student council representatives and student senate representative to present to you tonight. So they're going to introduce themselves, and I'm going to start with Janelle.
My name is Janella and I'm in 5th grade.
My name is Hobie Pond and I'm in 5th grade.
Hi, my name is Noah and I'm in 4th grade.
Hi, my name is Enzo and I'm in 4th grade.
Hi, my name is Liana and I'm in 5th grade.
Ready?
We have new school-wide expectations. P for positive mindset. These are like our school student rules. P for positive mindset, O for offer kindness, D for dependable, and S for safe. Following these rules helps staff and students be successful and keep students safe.
How are students acknowledged for showing PODS expectations? POD slips. Teachers and staff hand these out to kids who have PODS behavior.
Dolphin. When students get pod slips, they bring them into the classroom and put them in a tub, and then the class counts them on Friday. The class adds that number to the ... each week.
Pods. Once you fill up a dolphin, kids take the dolphin to the office to trade for a P, O, D, or S. Then bring the letter back and glue it to the class poster.
Once your class gets pods, the class ends a celebration, like a little extra recess or a short trip to Delmar Park.
Once the whole school gets pods in every classroom, we get a whole school celebration. Last week, we got to eat lunch on the field with playing music. Make your pick Monday. On Mondays, there's a question at the lunch area, and the students get to vote which they prefer, A or B. The votes get counted and graphed by kids, and the graph gets shown on Fridays. The goal is to get out of our comfort zones and ask our friends what they chose, so we get to know each other better and build connections.
Delmar Cross Age Buddies. Once a month, classes come together on Friday morning to meet with their class buddies. Buddies is where the older kids meet with the younger kids. I like how we get to help the younger kids and how they get to see what 4th and 5th grade will be like when they grow up. The goal of Buddies is to get out of our comfort zone, interact with new people, and build a school community.
Our upper grades can do a 1,000,000-word reading challenge in Battle of the Books. To participate in both of these, students read and take AR quizzes. What is good about this is that you can challenge yourself and read more. Also, if you read Battle of the Books, kids can read books they might not choose, and that can help them get out of their comfort zones. PTA has a lot of events to help us have fun and to raise money for our school. The events include bingo 3 times a year, restaurant fundraisers with pizza port and dockside drive-up barbecue, the spooky spectacular, the book fair during conference week, the silent auction for the parents, and the spring fun run. My favorite is the spring fun run because you can challenge yourself and run more laps than you did last year.
We have some things that aren't just academics. 5th grade sports like basketball and girls soccer arena, Dungeons and Dragon Club, drama club after school on Mondays, lunchtime soccer, Spanish in action starting on Thursday after school. We have field trips and assemblies.
We have art every week with our art teacher. K through 5 has music. Our PTA pays for kinder 3rd grade to have music. And 4th and 5th have weekly music with Mrs. Rayner. 5th grade has a band. My favorite is soccer because it is fun.
Okay, I get a turn. We are so lucky to have been chosen by the Education Foundation to be the first innovation hub on the coast. And what the foundation provides is somebody to partner with our teachers to brainstorm possibilities for hands-on and deeper learning in the curriculum that we have. And so here's a couple examples of things that have happened. I'm going to do the lower grade ones. In 2nd grade, the enduring understanding was, what can we learn from facing challenges? So this is not a picture of 2nd grade. This is the picture of the Tough 2 that happens here at Loams. And so the 2nd grade students were shown that, and they applied that to the characters in the books they were reading, and they created an obstacle course, which I cannot explain. Kids created these in partnerships, and they created an obstacle course to help their characters overcome the obstacles that they were experiencing in the book. So it's a little bit heady, but it was super cool. And I know that would be fascinating if we knew what it was represented. You'll have to come to the 2nd grade to find out. In 3rd grade, they study characteristics and adaptations. So students created a 3D model of animals they imagined could exist. And then they also used Adobe Express to have the computer create the same creature. They're going to be ready for Zach Roper's or the Morro Bay High digital communications class once they get there. And then we have some upper grade experiences as well.
Mr. Burris and Mrs. Slade's classes in connection with the corn unit went to farmers market to interview farmers. I was able to translate the questions for one of the farmers. One question is I asked how they planted and harvested the strawberries.
The 4th and 5th grade team for our next unit on government, we are doing a student-led project. We're going to find out what we know about the Morro Bay community, what good things does Morro Bay have, and what needs or concerns do students have. We plan to take that information to the city council.
Thanks for having us.
If you have questions. Do you have any questions for us?
Thank you very much, Mr. Clausen, followed by Mr. Banfield, followed by Mrs. Sheffer, and then followed by
his name,
Mr. Buckman.
Yeah, hi guys. First, great job on the presentation. We really appreciate you coming in, sharing all that with us. I had a question for you, which is, can you give me some examples of ways that you can earn pod certificates or things that you guys have done to earn a pod certificate?
We can earn pod slips by if we pick up a ball that someone left behind after recess, and we could do it by not talking when the teacher's teaching us.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions?
You know, it takes so much courage to be able to stand up in front of people. I really appreciate what people are doing. I have a question though. What is the Spanish in Action program that's going to happen in January?
Did any of you do that? No. Okay. It's an after-school program that one of the people in the community, she used to be an aide at our school. She offers Spanish for lower grade kids after school if they want to come learn Spanish. So they do cooking and singing and things in Spanish.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. My question has to do with the graph with the A and B, and you indicated those are questions that are answered. Could you give me an example of a couple of the questions that the survey is used for?
Yeah, this week's question was whether if you like Thanksgiving dinner more or Thanksgiving dessert more.
Oh, that's a great example.
The kids come up with the
Okay,
questions.
no, those are great. Thank you.
We started with Halloween. Do you like chocolate or fruity and chewy better? We were surprised at the results.
Thank you.
Thanks. Well, I wish I was back in school, and you guys are great. But my question is, has anybody done the course that you guys created?
The Tough Two.
The obstacle course? Yeah.
Tough Two. These fifth graders are looking forward to doing that next year because it happens here at Los Osos Middle School.
Okay.
Right? Has anybody done the Tough Two? Did you? I don't think you knew about it. They don't know about it
They
yet.
don't know about
I know.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when you do it, if you'll give me an email, I might come and try it.
Okay.
Maybe.
Anybody from Loams, you hear that?
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to second what Mr. Banfield said, that it is really hard to stand up and speak in public. It's the number one fear, I think, that people have is public speaking. So I think you're brave, and I so appreciate your coming tonight. You did a great job. You represented Del Mar really well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You guys do that? Let's go into the back. Take your stuff.
Okay, item 6.01 is correspondence. At the time the agenda was printed, we had received one item of correspondence from Emily Goodman, and that has been attached to the agenda packet for anyone who wants to read it, and all of the board members have received it. Item 6.2 is public comment. This is the time when the public has an opportunity to speak to the board on items that are not on the agenda. So you are allowed 3 minutes for public comment, 6 minutes if translation is required. And we ask, if you are unable to stay until your agenda item is addressed, that you speak to us now. Otherwise, I think particularly tonight, it would be worthwhile, as most people want to speak to item 10.2, the budget reductions. It would be worthwhile if you could stay and listen to the presentation before speaking. But if you want to speak now, can't stay, we understand.
Did you mention?
Yes, we would appreciate it if you want to speak, if you would fill out a yellow public comment form and bring it up to the front, or someone will take it from you and bring it up to us, and Mrs. Sheffer will be handling public comment.
Thank you. And there are some seats now in the front if anyone wants to have a seat. So I'm going to, this is for general public comment, and please excuse me if I mispronounce anybody's name. First, we have Phil Angel, followed by Caroline Coda.
Good evening, board. Boy, those students are sure hard act to follow. You're right. It takes a lot of courage to get up here and talk in front of such a big crowd. So I represent San Luis Coastal Teachers Association. I hang out with sports kids all the time during my day job, so it was great to see the Del Mar kids talk about soccer at recess. Zoe putting on a clinic over at at Clovis High. Great stuff. And all this stuff happens because our teachers, our faculty, our staff, our classified, we put in a lot of work. And I want to say that we know that the budget is tight. We understand. We know that we have pre-pandemic, we're going to return to pre-pandemic financing in a post-pandemic world. We also know that we can't have everything. We get that. However, I was recently asked, what are SLCTA's priorities? And I remember we have a lot of priorities, but the chief amongst them all is our students. Our students deserve everything we can possibly give them. What can we give them? Quality, tier 1 classroom teaching. We can give them interventions, and we're worried about losing some of those interventions, both the academic and social emotional interventions. We also know that it takes quality teachers, and we know that it is the board's priority for you to attract and retain quality teachers, quality counselors, quality educators across the board. Did you know MIT found that the cost of living in San Luis Obispo County 2 years ago was $18,000 a year for housing, on average, $18,000 a year, $4,000 a year for food, and $10,000 a year for transportation. Not a math teacher, but I think that's $32,000. A brand new teacher here at San Luis Coastal takes home 11 months out of the year less than $3,800, and they're spending $32,000 a year. So I didn't do the math on that, just to live, just not to have the fun stuff. And that's not on top of the stuff that they're putting in their classroom, the money they're spending on supplies, donating stuff. Our teachers do it all. Our counselors do it all. Our educators do it all. So we know we're going to go to a pre-pandemic world, and we want you to understand that we have post-pandemic needs in our classrooms with our students every single day. Thank you.
Caroline Cotta, followed by Kia Ross.
Hello, my name is Caroline Cotta, and I'm a teacher here at Los Osos Middle School. Some of you may recall that I spoke to you last February regarding the importance of our school counselors. I told you about the students in my 6th grade class who are facing serious hardship. I am so grateful to those of you who voted not to cut our counselors. Unfortunately, 3 of our elementary counselors left the district, and we did not replace them. So this has left most of our elementary sites without a full-time counselor. We went from each elementary school having a counselor to 3 out of 10 having a full-time counselor. Teach Elementary has a counselor just 1 day a week. School counselors are necessary for helping students access their learning. When they're dealing with hardship and trauma, counselors provide them with resources and coping strategies to help them attend class, access their learning, and contribute to the learning community. In addition to academic counseling, our counselors hold SST meetings, communicate with parents, meet with administrators to plan and address school-wide management issues, perform supervision, and create social-emotional learning lessons and videos for the whole school, since they don't have time to meet with each and every student. This is just a list of what I see. They have a plethora of duties they perform that we teachers don't even realize that they're doing. All of these responsibilities don't actually even include the counseling part of the job. This year has been even harder than last year. Fewer of my students are emotionally regulated daily. Our students continue to face unimaginable emotional challenges. One 11-year-old student in my class who has a different family member has custody of him would call his parents every night for weeks this fall to say goodnight. And they never answered, and they never called him back. Suicide and suicidal ideation is a very prevalent concern this year amongst my 6th graders. I have referred several students to counselors for indicating that they're suicidal in their notebooks and in their assignments. In terms of social emotional counseling, At the end of the first third of this year, 12 weeks in, our LOMS counselors have received 110 referrals by staff, parents, and students. That's 22.5% of our population, or 1 out of every 5 students, just in the first third of this year. They've completed 9 safety plans, which are created when a student is at risk of suicide or is experiencing suicidal ideation. And after that, if a counselor is worried that that's not enough, they go to a mental health evaluation team, of which 5 of our students have gone to, and 3 of our students were determined to need hospitalization. Again, that's within the first 12 weeks of this school year. These are 11 and 12-year-olds. Our school counselors are indispensable, and our school counselors save our students' lives. Thank you.
Kaya Ross, followed by Ben Lippert.
Hello, my name is Kai Ross. I'm a 7th grader here at Los Osos Middle School, and I think that our counselors here are amazing, and I don't think that they should leave our school because I have noticed a lot of my friends are very depressed and sad, so I tell them to go to a counselor. And I feel that if there was a counselor that was missing, that they wouldn't be able to get the help that they need, because if it's cut short, there's not really a lot of, sorry, I'm really nervous. People, wait, what? Hold on, I'm confused. Give me a second. So there's a lot of students here that are depressed and have a lot of issues at not only here at school, but at home. And I feel that if one of the counselors were cut short, that some students wouldn't be able to get the help that they need. And one of the students is me. And I would love to, thank my counselors for being here for me and my friends. And I really appreciate them. And I'm hoping that you guys will make the right choice and not cut one of our counselors out, because their schedules are already packed with only 2 counselors. So if there's one, then their schedule will be overpacked and most students wouldn't be able to get the help that they need. And thank you very much.
Ben Lippert, and then Scott Krasik.
Hi, Madam President, members of the board, and the public. That's hard to follow. I've also struggled with depression, and that was amazing to hear somebody that age talk about it like that, and that's super meaningful. I'm going to talk about PG&E because that's what I care about, but it has to do with our kids. We've been in this situation where it feels like we're asking PG&E for something, and I want to talk about what PG&E gets from us. When operations were extended in 2022, PG&E, because of the tax rules they have exploited, were not going to be able to make enough profit. And so they went to the legislature and asked for ratepayer, taxpayer money to make a profit at Diablo Canyon. They get over $100 million a year from ratepayers that goes to shareholders. Between last year and this year, last year, 114 million, this year, 121 million for that fixed management fee. They fight for every single dollar. They argue about the CPI, they argue about every little bit to try to get that money. That's $7 million just for that, for the fixed management fee that they're getting this year over last. They're getting $226 million from another fund. I'm not gonna get into it because it's too boring. But it's $226 million we pay to them. And we're here now because of what happened in 2022 when we weren't in that room. We had no say. They took every bit they could. And I'm not even getting into other money they get. I'm just giving you the 2 big ones right now. And now we're here because of what happened in 2022, and we're talking about counselors and how important they are. I'm going to say it again. I say it every time. PG&E can do the right thing with the stroke of a pen. They do it for their executives. They fight tooth and nail. I know what they do when they want the money. I know what they can do. I've seen them do it. It's infuriating to have to come up here and feel like I'm begging a company to do the right thing when they have done nothing but reduce the amount that they have been providing our community. Do the right thing, PG&E. And if you people out there aren't sure, come talk to us because we have information. You need to know what's going on. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. Scott Krasik. What I have is a lot easier to fix than what's come before me, but I'd still like to advocate for fixing the spring break misalignment on the new calendar. As noted in last week's submission to the board by Leanna Egan, Cal Poly and Quest have permanently altered the structure of their calendars to semesters, such that spring break will likely be a week earlier than it's been in the past. This results in a calendar mismatch with the district, which causes childcare issues for faculty who need to teach class, staff who must take significant time off, and college students who work at district sites. It also prevents trips for student enrichment or quality time with grandparents or other family. In their 2027 published calendars, spring break is March 15th through 19th for the local colleges and March 22nd through 26th for San Luis Coastal. Cal Poly and Quest are some of our community's largest employers, together representing over 3,000 employees, hundreds of whom are parents with children in the district. This mismatch creates real challenges. Families struggle to find childcare when the schools are out, but parents still have to teach. Students and siblings in college can't plan family trips or shared breaks, and our community loses coordinated programs between the schools and the college, such as college students who work as aftercare staff. I just informed the SLO Sun-informed aftercare staff at Pickup that they won't get a well-deserved vacation in 2027. This morning, I talked with the mom from my son's kinder class about how stressful it is she doesn't have care during minimum days this week. It echoes the stress my family feels on every time we do work around teacher work days, sick days, and our professional responsibilities. I recognize the need for these no school days for the district's teachers, which makes aligning spring breaks in the calendar even more crucial. By aligning our calendars, we'd reduce stress on working families, improve attendance and engagement, and also allows parents to participate in their children's education in classrooms. My children are 7, 5, and 2 and don't have many chances left to spend quality time with their aging grandparents, all of whom live out of state. Unless you fix the 2027 calendar, we won't be able to travel to see them next spring. The 2028 draft calendar isn't looking much better. Agenda item 11.4 is a draft calendar that likely perpetuates this disjoint calendar on our shared community. I urge the board not to approve this calendar and refer it back so future planning can recognize the needs of the hundreds of local college parents, district workers, and families as stakeholders. Thank you for considering the step toward a more connected and supportive school system.
Okay. That completes the request to speak in general public comment. Is there anyone here who did not submit a request but would like to speak at this time? Okay, seeing no one, then we'll close public comment and move on. 7.01, the business and budget update. Mr. Pinkerton.
Yeah, just a few quick things to share with the board. I was fortunate to serve pumpkin pie today at Laguna Middle School, and so just a shout out to the food service department. During this time of year, they try to do like a turkey, mashed potatoes, cornbread, tons of kids coming in, eating right, and then they also make fresh pumpkin pie for all the kids. And so they invite us to come and serve it. So it was nice to see the kids, and really incredible the number of students that eat at our schools, and so it's really great. So again, our food service staff does a great job. Lastly, I participated in a kind of a gathering today for Electric Ride 805, and so where they had basically a bunch of different vendors and APCD, those groups that talked about electrification of buses throughout the state and throughout the nation, those types of things. And so it really was nice to recognize, I think, again, for Mr. Bonin, for Philip Tarver, right, for our staff, that we You know, we currently have 6 electric buses in the fleet. We have 5 more coming. The infrastructure's in now. And so it's just really, it was really good. Where most districts are just baby steps, just beginning those processes. So I just wanted to share that with the board.
Thank you. Educational Services, Mrs. Yamashita.
And before all of that is done through $6 million in free money through grants that we've received. So all of those new buses, all of that infrastructure, again, due to both Philip and Chris and their work to get that from those funds.
Thank you.
Today, the foundation had a lunch meeting where we got to collaborate with our Next Gen scholars from SLO High, and what a phenomenal group of young women that participated with us. Mr. Unger and Mr. Clausen were both there with me, and they were talking about the impacts that Marcy Vidal and the Next Gen program and Mr. Black had on their trajectory in school, feeling like they belong, but also taking field trips to Cal State Fresno's football game, and then Children's Hospital to learn more about careers in the hospital that go beyond, I'm going to be a nurse, and expand into other areas of hospital work. So hats off to the good work our foundation is doing for those Next Gen scholars. Also, my team, Mr. Neff and Mr. Black and I are continuing the work on the athletics action plan steps and supporting our coaching teams and communications with families and developing some further training and communication protocols, et cetera. And I've conducted several site visits across our campuses. Summer experience planning is well underway. So this is our summer program Mr. Martin oversees for our kindergarten through 8th grade students. And we are developing and ensuring that the right students are invited to join us, and that while they're with us, they're getting really integral, strong lessons delivered to them. Similarly, we're working with our Student Services Department to make sure that our students with special needs are receiving the appropriate supports and accommodations when they're at summer experience programming. I'm working with Mrs. Shepard on TK planning kickoff. As we have talked about at the budget meetings, TK will be continuing in San Luis Coastal. And to that end, we're thinking about and talking about ways to make that program better and stronger and continuous improvement. CL Smith had a big lighthouse celebration. Many of you board members got to attend with Miss Parson and the boys and girls at CL Smith, celebrating their recognition as being a lighthouse leader in the school. And that means their practices in leadership for students goes above and beyond. So congratulations to them. I'm meeting regularly with the technology integration team as we are continuing. We developed a plan, you remember, last winter, and we're slowly chipping away at all the different pieces of that, and look forward to kicking off the artificial intelligence task force coming up in this January. More information to come. I meet regularly with our other educational partners across the county to collaborate and learn more about programming that's going on, and then also working with our board policy subcommittee as we develop and refine board policies for you all to consider.
Thank you. Mr. Pinkerton, Measure C update.
Yeah, you know what, projects are continuing. There's not a lot to report other than it's been a rainy few days, and so I'm just dealing with that with contractors and make sure that we keep things buttoned up.
Okay, thank you very much. Item 8.01 is a public hearing regarding Resolution 07-25-26, authorizing a public utility easement to PG&E for electrical service improvements at the Bellevue Santa Fe School.
So yeah, the board approved at the last meeting the intent for this easement, of course, and so tonight we have to do a public hearing, and then later you'll see that there's the resolution to grant the easement to PG&E. Basically, they're going to take an overhead wire and put it underground at their cost, and so it actually makes the campus safer and the entire roadway that area. So it's
okay,
public hearing tonight.
So I am opening the public hearing on this resolution. Is there anyone that cares to speak to it? Okay, seeing no one, then the public hearing is closed.
Thank you.
Item 9.01 number 05-25-26, developer fee report and 5-year developer fee findings. Mr. Pinkerton.
Yeah, can I share? This one's just probably easier if I share it, Jacob, because it's not a slide. Yeah, that's not it. Can I share from up here or no? Ms. Roger, well, we're good. If I can start to talk about it as we go, if that's okay.
Sure.
So every year, the board has to basically approve a new resolution, which kind of updates the public on our developer fees. Developer fees, we receive developer fees when any new housing goes into our school community. So in any of our district boundaries, when they build a new house, there's school fees that go along with that. Those fees are meant to be used for growth programs. And so for the most part, we've utilized those at San Luis Obispo High School over the past few years as a way of kind of supplementing our Measure D funds at the time. And so that is continuing today through this process. So the problem is I can't scroll though, right? Oh, it will advance on this, okay. Awesome. I don't think anybody's going to read that.
Is it possible?
But
Yeah.
I'll,
Can we enlarge the font?
We'll roll with it. So what I'll do is I can hopefully read it as I go. So anyway, I'll continue on with just kind of going through it. I'll try to slide through with the corresponding slides. But so again, these funds are received when new housing comes in. People pay school fees, right? The meanings of growth. So for us, our beginning balance for the school year of the 2024-25, July 1st, 24, because this is for last year, right? We're reporting on what we spent last year. So our beginning balance was $482,000. Total revenues for 24-25 equal $2,347,000. So in terms of overall costs right now, really the only costs that we have we've taken from last year were basically some indirect costs that we're able to charge, and then the architectural costs that are associated with a new classroom building that we're going to be building at San Luis Obispo High School to replace some temporary portables that were there next to the, well, really in between the old gym and the new gym that are there. So total expenditures were $421,021. Ending balance was $2,408,805. During this, in terms of overall capital facilities funds, our revenues, residential were $2.2 million, commercial 32,000, interest earned 52,000, and then we did have some refunds. People, initially will pay school fees and then not construct, so we do refund those. We had about $41,000 in refunds, bringing us to a total revenues of $2.3 million, $2,347,220. Again, the expenditures so far last year were mainly just for that new classroom building, the $353,527. The direct costs were $67,494 for total expenditures of $421,021. Again, leaving us with that ending balance of $2,408,805. In terms of those dollars, what's going to happen is we anticipate that new classroom building is going to be about $10 million. So over the next 3 years, as that classroom building is built, we'll be utilizing these capital facility funds for that project at San Luis Obispo High School. That school is going through a growth period. It seems to be kind of slowing down at this point, but again, replacing those temporary portables, there's definitely a need for the classrooms. And then in the 5-year report, we also talk about using future developer fees towards our TK program. So as the board knows, expanding grade level at all of our elementary schools except for Teach. And so those new students, new classrooms, of course, TK classrooms, they're bigger, trying to be at least 1,350 square foot with the restroom inside, those types of things. So that's what the 5-year plan basically entails. With that 5-year plan, we talk about, okay, what are the other funding mechanisms that we're going to be looking for? As the board knows, we continue to go after state funding, matching grants for modernization, right? We've been very successful with Measure D. We'll be continuing that with Measure C. We also have Measure C, $349 million that we've been fortunate our community has supported us with. And again, expecting about $10 million over this next 5-year period based on the $2 million a year that we're seeing. And so anticipated funding overall is about $363,000 in that 5-year plan.
Okay, thank you. So are there any, Mr. Buckman?
Thank you. There's a lot of big numbers, Ryan. At the top of page 6, I'll read. That's okay. You want to catch up to me? So there's this statement, there were no loans made from Fund 25, the developer fees. So I'm wondering what kind of loans can come out of there? Is it just for physical, just for construction, or can we borrow money against this? You see where I'm going?
Yeah, no, for sure. So you can't borrow it for other things, but there is inter-fund sometimes. So again, the board normally passes a resolution at the beginning of the year. So for things like cash flow throughout the year, we may utilize funds in different areas, right? To make sure that we meet our cash fund needs, but we can't use those dollars for anything other than growth projects. So in this case, it's just telling the board that there were no inter-fund loans that were made with this funding.
Shucks.
Sorry.
Okay, is there anyone from the public who would like to speak to this resolution? Okay, seeing no one, then this, Mr. Clausen, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, Mr. Pinkerton, regarding the San Luis Obispo High School construction, you mentioned it may start this year. What's the total time frame of construction?
So the hope is that the project will start this summer, this coming summer, in year and a half. We're also going to be adding the bathroom facility at Taylor Field as well as part of this project. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a resolution that approves the 2024-25 developer fee report and the 5-year developer fee findings. And I am seeking a motion to approve the resolution.
I'll move approval of resolution 9.01, the 25-26 developer fee report and 5-year developer fee findings.
And I'll second that.
I have a motion by Mr. Clausen and a second by Mr. Unger. Mr. Clausen?
Yes.
Mr. Unger?
Yes.
Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer?
Yes.
Mr. Buckman? And I'm a yes as well, so that passes 6-0 with 1 absent. Item 9.02 is another resolution. It's resolution 06-25-26, the Day of the Special Educator, presented by Janet Gould.
Good evening. My name is Janet Gould, and I'm your Executive Director of Student Support Services, which includes our Special Education Department. And it's an honor to be here this evening in recognition of the outstanding professionals that we have working in our Special Education Department. And I am going to read a resolution regarding the Day of the Special Educator. And I am going to invite a special educator, a speech-language pathologist, Chris Unger, up to read this resolution with me.
Thank you. If it's okay with you, I'll read it from here.
Perfect. Okay. Whereas December 2nd is the National Special Education Day because it is the date that the Individuals with Disability in Education Act, or IDEA, was signed into law in 1975, making this the 50th anniversary of IDEA.
And whereas special educators develop personalized goals for pupils, tailored to each pupil's needs, and special educators are involved in behavioral, social, and academic development.
And whereas special educators work closely with parents to inform them of their child's progress and suggest techniques to promote learning at home and work to build collaborative relationships based on trust, teamwork, and shared accountability.
And whereas special educators help pupils overcome weaknesses by building upon their strengths and know that all children can learn, but not in the same way or at the same pace, and hold the highest expectations for success for their pupils to self-actualize and achieve their full potential.
Whereas special educators work to stay abreast of the latest laws governing special education to ensure that pupils' individual education program, or IEP, is a complete and beneficial document for the pupil and the pupil's parents and teachers.
And whereas special educators exhibit qualities of compassion, patience, and flexibility, and are the unsung heroes who pull all of the pieces together and make things clear for the pupils. And
whereas special educators include special day class teachers, resource specialists, speech and language pathologists, paraprofessionals, behavioral specialists, occupational therapists, physical therapists, adaptive physical education teachers, deaf and hard of hearing specialists, visually impaired specialists, mobility specialists, autism specialists, program specialists, school psychologists, and nurses who work in schools and serve pupils in special education.
now, therefore, it be resolved that the San Luis Obispo Coastal Board of Education and San Luis Coastal Superintendent of Schools hereby proclaim December 2nd, 2025 as the Day of the Special Educator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak to this resolution? Okay, seeing no one, then I am seeking a motion and a second to approve Resolution 06-25-26, recognizing the Day of the Special Educator.
And I would like to make that motion.
I'd like the second, please.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Unger and a second by Mr. Buckman. Mr. Unger?
Yes.
Mr. Buckman? Yes. Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer?
Yes.
Mr. Clausen?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So that passes 6-0 with one absent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 9.03 is another resolution, number 07-25-26, authorizing dedication of public utility easement to PG&E for electrical service improvements at Bellevue Santa Fe School. Mr. Pinkerton. Well, Mr. Buckman might have something to say.
So this is, again, for the board, basically they want to move an overhead power line that's currently at Bellevue Santa Fe and move it underground. It makes it much safer. They're paying for it. They're doing the whole process for it. So it's in our interest to actually have this work done. So tonight we're asking the board to approve this authorization for an easement for the electrical service improvements at Bellevue Santa Fe School.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak to this resolution? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion and a second.
So at the last meeting, I voted against this. So I think it's only appropriate that I make the motion to vote for it as it's so beneficial to the schools. And I was just trying to make a statement about PG&E.
And it was a good one.
Okay, so I'd like to approve Resolution 07-2526, PG&E easement.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Buckman, a second by Mr. Banfield. Mr. Buckman? Yes. Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
Mr. Unger?
Yes.
Mr. Clausen?
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. So that passes 6-0 with one absent. Thank you. Moving on, 10.01, Secondary Sites Achievement Presentation. Looks like we're seeing Mr. Neff, Mrs. Contreras, and Mr. Dowler.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Did you want to say something?
No, go for it. Heather won the arm wrestling contest, so she's going to go first.
That was a joke. Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to present. All right. So I'm Heather Contreras, the principal at Los Osos Middle School. I'm so happy to have all of us in our beautiful library enjoying our space this evening. So this presentation I gave to our cabinet a couple months ago, and it's nice to be able to share with you all of the good work that we have going on at Los Osos Middle School. Just for a little context, this is my second year as the principal of the middle school, and prior to that, I was the assistant principal for a couple years, and I was also at Morro Bay High School as the assistant principal for 2 years prior to relocating up here. So our mosaic of our students, very similar as last year. One thing I do want to highlight is our homelessness did increase by about 7 percentage points, up to 10%. And we're at about 17% of students with disabilities at our school site, with 51% of our students being socioeconomically disadvantaged. With that, going to our SIPSA goals from last year, I want to point out here, we had 3 goals last year, and 2 of the 3 we achieved. The first one was to increase the number of student connectedness to LOMS in extracurricular activities and or leadership programs. I'll get into some data later on. So check mark that green, which is great. The second one we did not meet, and that is to reduce the number of students who are chronically absent to 20%. Unfortunately, we did increase, and I'll get into that as well, along with what we are doing to reverse that and to lower that. And the third was to increase the number of students who are proficient in the areas of ELA, math, and science per the CASP results, and it is with great delight and pride that I share that we did exceed our goal for each of those areas, which I will share right now. So here we are, Loams Lions, our academic achievement. You can see our overall ELA results. We are 3 grade levels, 6, 7, and 8, which is different from our other middle school, which is grades 7 and 8. And so with that, I want to share our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. We exceeded 67% of our students met or exceeded the state standard. That's huge, especially when you look at our state average is at 47% and the county average is at 55%. We did increase by 5 points overall for ELA, and that is through our students showing up, taking the test seriously, and our teachers preparing our students for that test. The same goes for math. We are at 53% of our students meeting or exceeding the state standard. When you compare that to the state, that's at 34%, and at the county at 39%. And so we saw an 11-point improvement with our math scores, which is fantastic. And we continue to look at our program and to look at the support of what students need in the class and then what additional support is needed for that growth. When you look at our CAS data, our 8th graders are the only ones who take this. And so our 8th grade science teachers, right, they are relying on work from 7th and 6th grade to get them prepared for that 8th grade. And so sometimes tracking that cohort data when it's not year after year is a little more challenging. But I will say this, 51% of our students met or exceeded the standard. And again, we met our goal of jumping in our rates. We are higher than the state average and by the county average. If you look at what I have circled there, we have 80 students who scored a 2 on the CAS. Now, I wanted to highlight that because there's something called the average distance from the standard, and it's really tiny, but just on the upper left part of that red circle, it says -1. Students were extremely close to getting that score of 3. And so when you look at that, it's encouraging because it tells us and it tells our teachers that all of the refinement that they've been doing to their curriculum in getting students caught up, and I'll say since COVID and closing that achievement gap, we're going in the right direction. And again, we continue to make progress in our academics. Now for our EL learners, currently LOMS has 21 EL students. We have 6 at a level 1, so very low level with English skills, 10 at a 2, 5, and then we have 59 students who have been reclassified, but they're still being monitored. Or 50 monitored, 9 who are fully exited. And so we do have for us our EL population that requires support. And we know that as for one of our focus groups, it is a group that requires additional support in meeting our standards for all of our state testing as well. Now, with our EL learners, they take the LPAC every year. This past year, we did not score where we wanted to score with our students. We were at a 38% of our students passing the LPAC, whereas the year before, we were at 65%. We've got a few things as we reflect on why is that, what was different. One of the differences was in the curriculum that we were offering the students, and we are looking at how do we bring that back for our students and doing more of that pre-AVID work that we had students doing previously. I will talk about some of our interventions that we've put in place for this year as well. I also want to highlight that this is the first year in many years that we have an EL aide coming into LOMS for support. We previously have not had that, and they are here 20 hours a week, which makes a difference. And it allows us to give students that support in class and then also through pull-out. Okay, and so we know that through that support and also through the one-on-one support that we are providing to students in one of our interventions called Study Skills, which is a pull-out model, and then also in preparation for the LPAC, that our students, we anticipate those scores going up most definitely this year. When you look at increasing academic achievement, there's a list of things that we're always doing as a school site. None of us are sitting, and we're always constantly wanting to do better. And that's one of the things that I love about my LOM staff is coming to the table, looking at where there's a need, and then wanting to try something new to see if it works and to see if it's meeting the students where their needs are. And we're looking at the data to see, does that show up? And so, of course, you look at your first best instructions. I do want to look at or focus on our study skills pullout. So because of the master schedule, we've been able to provide 4 sections of teachers who are pulling students in small groups to support them, some with executive functioning skills. We've got 2 sections being used for math support to help bridge that gap. And then also we have one of those study skills who is also supporting our students who are EL, who are not in an ELD class, but have rather been RFEP or our long-term English learners, our LTELs. And so that's the additional support that we're doing. We are reevaluating it this year to see what is it where we want it to be, and then also the master schedule will always impact what we're able to offer. With that also, again, the ELA support that we have supporting our students. We also have a parent volunteer who has a very high skill level, and she is coming and working one-on-one with one of our students who has very limited English skills, just so that he can learn the language. And so that's been very helpful as well. I'd also like to focus and share that we do partner with Cuesta and Cal Poly through their fellows. And so we have multiple college students who are on campus going into classrooms, working and supporting teachers, and then also helping us with after-school tutoring opportunities for our students. All right, so we're academics, and then we are culture and climate. So we look at our attendance, our discipline, and our extracurriculars. And I'll just there we are at our first pep rally It's a great time. If you're ever around for a pep rally, you should come and join. And then our Tough 2 competition that we had at school. And we opened Tough 2 up to the community this year, back up to the community on a Saturday as well. All right, so our core values are build community, be responsible, be thoughtful, and be caring. This is what we want everything to be driven by. And when our students leave us, this is, and while they're here, this is what we want them and staff to be, along with our families as well. Our Student Senate goals that were established last year based on the Youth Truth results. Goal 1, enhance school culture and positivity by consistently incorporating student and staff voices into decision making. This goes into surveying our students, surveying our staffs, holding small focus groups of students in particular to hear their feedback on certain things that may be off the radar of the adults. And also in our family events, that could be at Principal's Coffee, having them share things that as a staff member we may miss. The second goal, increase student engagement in extracurricular and academics. And so we want students to show up, right? Which we know is tied to also the attendance, with the attendance engagement. And we also want them to take pride in their school and to celebrate what makes us unique at Loams. Diversity is a great thing, and it takes all kinds to make a beautiful world. And so our students want to celebrate what makes all of us different, that then weaves us together to make us the beauty of what Loams is. With that, we do have a robust restorative approach with tiered discipline and behavior management guidelines. I've talked to you about our behavior expectations matrix in the past and the work that went into creating that. I will say one of the things that we are doing this year is we are participating in the social emotional behavior program that is through SLCUSD, and I think more PBIS related. It is something that we decided to do last year. One is we do have a great culture and climate, but yet there's still struggles at a middle school campus, and there's still ways of like looking at how do we make this a place where kids are initiating things? How do we give more of the onus to them? How do we create a safe space for all? And so one of the key pieces of that work that is a 3-year program, I will say, and it consists year 1 of 5 professional development full days at the county office with a team. We have a team of 8 doing this, is looking at the behavior matrix and seeing how we can refine it. And so this work that we did years ago, we're back digging into it to make it better and to see how we can make it more applicable to our students. We do have something called a request for assistance. At a middle school campus, at any campus, there is a need for support. And what we saw after COVID was the increase in SSTs, referrals, the increase in 504s, the increase in IEPs. It was too much to manage. And so our counseling team and our school psychologists came together and they said, let's create a request for assistance so that we can get in there when there is a struggle with a particular situation with a student. It could be academic related, behavior related. And so it allows the brains of our counselors and our psychs to come together and try different strategies for a certain amount of time prior to saying it's time to move on to an SST. And then during that time, they can collect data, which will then support the process of going through an SST process or a 504. We do have our behavior referral log. I also want to point out our citizenship reflection. One of the things that we do at Loams is at the end of every grading period, students reflect on their citizenship. This is a rubric that is connected to our behavior matrix, that is connected to our core values, and students can see where they believe they are on their citizenship. And from there, the teachers give the student feedback. The whole idea behind that is so that there's communication in expectations and what they can do to earn a certain citizenship grade at the semester, because citizenship matters. And so it's a nice way to really across campus have a system in place that gives a student an opportunity to see what, and for a teacher to see how the student is viewing themselves and then how the teacher is viewing the student and where they need to come together or stay on the same track. We also celebrate character with character counts. We have revised some of our character traits this year, again, to align it more to our behavior matrix and our core values. And we are honoring students quarterly. Every month, there's a different character trait that is focused on in advisory. And then we have changed up our ceremony, our award celebration, to include inviting families for our 7th and 8th graders this year, which is new for us. And so that's been really nice. Now, our multi-tiered social emotional supports. It takes a village to support our students, and through our multi-tiered social emotional supports, we have Ms. Hernai and Mr. Vialta, who are super counselors. They are connecting with kids, yes, academically, but so much more goes into what they are doing and what a student is doing with their academics, with their attendance, with things that they're struggling with here at school that's school-related and then not school-related. We also have our school psychologists who are partners with us. They do provide for some of our students with disabilities some additional counseling that may be in their minutes called URSAs. We do have SEL lessons that our counselors put together, and they are pushed out through advisory. They make these fantastic videos that are so relatable for the kids. Pretty amazing. And then it's great because it allows the school to have the school focus. There is small group and individual counseling that is happening as well with our counselors. We have our Counseling and Enrich Center that is meant to just have a space for a student to go who may be dysregulated. We do track the data to see how much time a student is accessing, to see what other needs or supports are needed as well. And of course, our county partnerships that we have for the therapy. We have 2 counselors here a couple days a week who are working with a much smaller population of students. There is the option of the virtual outside counseling services that is available to students. We do find that a lot of the students do not access that. It can be challenging for an adult to access counseling virtually, and for a student, it can be even harder. And so, but those are some resources that are available to our students. I will also say, coming up because of what we see with there being a need, our counselors and our school psychs are hosting a parent forum in December to talk about wellness for students and what that wellness looks like, how to support at home with academics, with what students are experiencing online through the use of social media and just like group chats that bring a lot of stress also to them. And so it's going to be a lovely night for parents to get some resources and some support from our counselors and our school psychs. Our attendance, we are on the dashboard, we are in the red for attendance from last year. One of our, as I said, our SIPSA goal was to be at 20% for chronic absenteeism. That our chronic absenteeism rate was at 24.6% last year. It is something that we are actively addressing. One of the things that we have started last year, because we knew it was an issue prior to the end of the year when looking at our attendance, our chronic absentee rates, was going and signing up for our social emotional behavior. It was a way to have some guidance in looking at ways to make our school a better, safer place for all. And then also they have an attendance component in there with certain elements that they'll get into for support. It gives us a good resources as well, being connected to the county. Right now, we are partnering LOMS and all of our coastal feeder schools, our elementary schools, looking at our coastal attendance. Multiple of our elementary schools were also in the red with higher chronic absentee rates, along with our high school as well. And so The idea is to have a coastal attendance group with our admin coming together to look at common messaging and to look at some of the procedures and systems that we can have in place to decrease our chronic absenteeism. I want it to be known, I am not happy with this. This is alarming, and it's something that's messaging this year that we have started to ramp up. We've started looking at bringing students in who want to participate in athletics and dances, who are chronically absent, and having those conversations as well, because it needs to go down. I did include the 2019. Now, 2019 is off because that was the COVID year, right? Or actually, that was prior to COVID. So you'll see we were lower prior to COVID. Since then, it's been pretty high, and we haven't been going in the right trajectory. And so that's our main focus. I will say that's one of my main focuses of getting students here and getting parents the support they need to have students be at school regularly. And coming to school regularly is great. We have athletics, we have clubs, we have leadership, and we have kids who are participating. I spoke earlier and said that one of our SIPSA goals was to have more students involved in extracurricular activities. And when we looked at our data, we were at 80% of students who were involved in one or more things, which is phenomenal. What's interesting is when you look at our youth truth data, the sense of belonging, and the connectedness is always very high at Los Osos Middle School, which is important. And so we had 58% of our students participate in athletics last year. And mind you, this was we did not have the athletics for achievement as robust as what it is this year, last year. So 58%, 26% of our students were in a leadership program in some sort of capacity, which is huge. 41% of our students were in clubs or some sort of performing arts. That takes time outside of the school day as well. And so we celebrate that. You'll see Miss Bravante's class, her choir there at one of their concerts last year at Morro Bay. You'll see our students who are being recognized for character counts with that courage. You'll see Miss Stoneman's students working in the garden and doing some gardening, and then our student senators at a Senate meeting doing some brainstorming over our data. All right, so again, we do have our social emotional behavioral team that's working to look at our positive reward system. We have our safe and nurturing schools team that continues with our lessons that are focused on providing students with a lens to be more inclusive of others, looking at that equity lens as well. We have our Youth Truth Survey. We're proud of the data. We have had a lot of parents participate and take our survey, which is great. The Youth Truth Survey recently came in. And you know, there's a thing, sometimes we can over survey, and so it's always trying to find that balance of like needing information from families that is useful, and doing it in a way where they will be willing to provide that feedback. And so a couple more pictures I just want to show. We have our 6-7 kids during Halloween. We enjoyed dressing up on that day, the day before. That is our SEB team at our first meeting at the county. And in that room were schools from multiple districts working on with the same focus. The next picture, that is our Teacher of the Year, Miss Cotta, being presented with her flowers last year. And then we have Miss August Evans and a student on our first day of school. We like to put out the red carpet for big special events. And our student and family engagement. Our lunch on the lawns are fabulous for families and our students. They love coming out. We've had 2 already this year. Getting onto campus, spending time. When we had our Tough 2 Day, we have our families on campus. We invite them here. We welcome them to come and to spend time and to support the school in whatever way they possibly can. We hosted a Student Appreciation Day. One of the things we wanted to do is we found a day in October that had the lowest attendance rate the previous year. And so we said, let's do a student appreciation day and we'll market it to the kids and we'll see if that has a difference in attendance. It didn't have a huge drastic difference, but I will say that having a day called a Student Appreciation Day with flyers, what it was our food services served their favorite breakfast, cinnamon rolls, their favorite lunch, and pizza. We had music out during lunchtime and some other activities. And it was just a fun way to be able to tell kids, like, Happy Student Appreciation Day. And so we'll be hosting a few other of those. I do also want to mention that we have a robust lunch intramurals team or opportunity for students, and our leadership opportunities. We want every kid to belong and to feel like they have a role, because they do. And so with that, I want to celebrate our achievements in closing. There's a lot to focus on and be proud of. I will say, I know things are hard right now, and it's important, right, that we are looking at both things. What do we need to improve on? What is challenging? What do we have control over? What are our next steps for those things? And that takes consistency, that takes thought, that takes planning, that takes talking to other people who may be doing something that appears to be better than you. And I love that about being here and working on the coast and working at Loams, because I will say I do truly believe that that is the focus of always making that improvement. With that, I want to celebrate again. We exceeded our state testing results last year, and I know we are going to do that again this year. We were named a 2025 Educational Results Partnership Honor Roll School. It's our first time receiving this, and it is based on academics. We are very proud to have received that, and we celebrate that. And then last year, we were named a 2025 Best Middle School as well. We continue to be a schools to watch. We will be going into the redesignation phase soon and looking at our rubric to see where we're going, but we already know where we're going. We already know where we need to go. And so with that, thank you so much for the time.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment? Okay, seeing no one, then I'll bring it back to the board. Mr. Buckman.
Yep. Thanks. That was amazing.
Thank you, Mark.
It's just great. And this school is just, it gets recognized inside and outside. And it's just, it's amazing for you and your staff. I did have a question, and I just don't understand how with such a special school, I followed the trail. You put in some links to other presentations you did. And so I went and looked at them all, but the back to school night had a slide on the attendance. And it's like 75% of the students are at risk. So there was at risk, and then chronic, and then severely chronic.
24.6.
That's how much
are chronically absent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's this thing called at risk, which is 50%.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
So that's approaching that. That's in the low 90%.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that just was scary to see. And I'm just trying to figure out why students are missing school here.
Yeah.
Do you have some ideas?
There's a range of reasons. I will say I was looking at like my home hospital students or students who were out for extended periods of time for mental health reasons. It was mentioned earlier the number of students who've been hospitalized. Those students were not on home hospital. That attendance counts against us. We have some students who, some of it could be related to mental health, some medical. I had a student earlier this year who had knee surgery, and they didn't anticipate her needing to be out so long. She didn't go on home hospital, and she was out for 3 weeks with issues. That counts against us. We also have some students, sometimes, if a student's getting sick, okay. But if it's that frequently, what's going on? We also have some students who are missing here and there for whatever reason. And I will say that's some of the work, right? And this focus work with attendance that we're doing and teaming up with our other coastal schools to look at what kind of culture are we seeing when it comes to attendance and making that a priority. And, you know, you don't want to take things away and restrict, but also there has to be something that is motivating somebody to realize, well, you know, I can get to school and, and show up. Or maybe I'm not going on that out of town trip on a Friday or a Monday. So those are the real things, right? And I'll be looking to my families for that support and also that encouragement. I think the alignment with what we'll be doing with our coastal schools and the common messaging, part of that also comes into the common times of when we are sending letters out to students, when we are attendance letters, or to families, I should say, will align very shortly.
It sounds like you've got some plans.
Definitely have some plans.
And I'm just, this school is just amazing.
This school is amazing. And I will say some of the things in the dashboard, I love like seeing our ELA and math scores, right, go. And there is a sense of pride. And when you look at like our suspension data, that went up 0.8%. I was in the green suspension, you know, the year before. Now I'm all the way down in the orange. It's disheartening. Same with the chronic absenteeism. You know, now that went up by 4 points. And so it's just too high. On the coastal schools, we are slightly higher than the high school. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Unger.
So I have a question, and this might be for you, Heather, or Lisa. One of the things we heard about today during the foundation meeting, I think, were the Cal Poly Fellows. Is that correct? Is that what they're called? Is that the group that comes over to Los Osos Middle School and volunteers as well?
They do.
Do we have concerns about that program being cut based on what we're hearing from the federal government?
I have not heard of any concerns from who I work with at Cuesta College.
I haven't heard any specific concerns yet from the college, but last springtime, when the federal funding programming, those funds were held back, yes, it affected the fellows. But we haven't heard an update at this time regarding it for next school year.
Okay, thank you. And just kudos to Los Osos Middle School.
Thank you.
You guys are really, you've continued to do a phenomenal job for kids on the coast. And
yes.
Please just, you guys all keep it up.
I thank you for that.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dowler.
How's it going? All right, I'm Chris Dowler. Got a lot of different jobs in the school district. Today, I'm acting as a principal for Pacific Beach High School. Is there a slideshow? Burning precious time. All right, telling the data story of Pacific Beach High School. Go ahead. Oh, I can? That's good. Which clicker? Oh, lame. All right, so first I wanted to talk about enrollment and some of the demographics of our school. Our school enrollment, on average, over the course of a school year is over 100 students. What do those students, what do the demographics look like? Ethnically, we are very diverse with a majority enrollment of Hispanic students on average from year to year. Primarily male. Or the majority of which are male. I think right now we have an unusual enrollment of about 50% female and 50% male. That's an unusual year for us, as you can see. Additional demographics, we have a very high percentage of socioeconomic disadvantaged students. Last year was roughly about 85%. We also have a high enrollment of homeless students. Last year, it was over 51 of our students were could be considered under McKinney-Vento as homeless. We get kids to school on a a really good clip. So last year we averaged 86% average daily attendance for all of our students, and our goal is over 90%. Now, this is one statistic I'm particularly proud of because we do not give this away. This is our #1 goal. This is a unified goal, school-wide. All staff share this. Our primary goal is to make sure that students graduate and to make sure they graduate with a plan for what they're going to do next after high school. And we were very successful the last couple of years in ramping that up to above. Last year, we were at 97%. I did want to throw in this and, shout out to Keith and my counterparts at other continuation high schools. Lydia, I know they work really hard, but we do have a much higher graduation rate than all of them. So I do want to spend a special shout out to them. Particular program highlights that you guys have been instrumental in helping us develop is our construction trade program for kids run by Dana McClish. Fantastic construction program, and this year digital vocational art. This is run by a woman local artist. I think she's fantastic, Gina Jane. So Gina is running that program for kids because we have a lot of artistically inclined kids that would like to make careers out of art, and there is a place in society for working artists, and they can be very successful like Gina. So I wanted to make sure that I mentioned that program as well. SPSA highlights for this current year is increase our graduation rate. I don't know how we'll do it, but I want to get to 100%. I think we can do that this year. Increase our student attendance rate to 90%, and keep our establishment of our construction program and our vocational programs in place. All right, that's it.
Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak to Pacific Beach? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back. We'll start with Mr. Buckman, then Mr. Unger, then Mrs.
Mr.
Sheffer.
Unger, Chris was waiting.
Okay,
Sure.
Mr. Unger.
Chris, you have an amazing number of homeless students. And you mentioned the McKinney-Vento Act, of course. Are you finding that most of the students that fall in that category are couch surfing, sharing multiple families, sharing one domicile?
Yeah, the vast majority of our students who qualify as homeless under McKinney-Vento are doubled up. That's district-wide, and that is certainly the case at our school. We also have a high percentage of unaccompanied youth. These are students that have moved out of their parents' house and are not living with a court-appointed guardian. So oftentimes they're living with relatives or friends of the family. So we have a really high percentage of our homeless students that are unaccompanied homeless youth.
You guys are a state model continuation school, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What's the secret sauce that you guys have? What is it that you get you to the place where you have the highest graduation rates?
Humble leadership.
Humble leadership. Your engagement, your youth truth engagement.
I have an amazing
chart.
We have an amazing staff at Pacific Beach High School, as you guys are aware. They make it look easy, and it's not easy. There's 100% buy-in on the part of staff to make sure that our students are warmly received, that they have a positive, safe learning environment every day, and there's wired in consistency school-wide in that goal and how we try to achieve that goal. And I'm really lucky to work with this staff. They're fantastic.
And I guess finally, I'm aware that a high number of your students have to work as well as go to school.
Yeah.
How can they possibly balance that? What do you guys do to help the students to make sure that they're able, because I'm sure they're not working because they want to work, they're probably working because they have to work. And yet here they are, they're making a commitment to graduate from high school. How do they do that, Chris?
I don't know. I wasn't ready for that question. I haven't even really thought about that, to be honest, other than I think every day kids vote with their feet. And if we didn't offer, these students, most of them, nobody's made them show up. I've worked in court and community school programs, as you guys are aware, and a lot of times those students are there because they have a probation officer that's made sure they go there. In the continuation school here, these students show up when they want to. And so every day that they show up is a vote of confidence that they're investing in their education. So I think our job is to provide a safe and a positive learning environment for them. And when we do that, they show up.
Mrs. Sheffer.
When we chatted the other day, you were telling me about kind of the construction during construction.
Yeah,
part.
how
And
we're
I
mimicking.
really, would you,
Yeah.
I think would you describe that
Sure.
to the rest of the board? I was really impressed with that.
Yeah, it's really cool right now because Dana is, Mr. McClish is working on a basically a construction project with the kids that kind of mimics the same process that the construction is going through on the backfield. So as they were working at kind of leveling the ground and laying the bedrock for their concrete, he's doing the same thing. And then he's starting to raise, a shed in this one area on our campus. So it's really fun that they can go out and see what they're doing out on the construction field and then come back and mimic that in the classroom.
Yeah, I think that,
Yeah.
Kudos for Mr. McClish for taking advantage of what's going on
Right.
site and turning it into a real learning experience for the
Yeah,
students. I think
absolutely.
that's wonderful. Yeah, and as always, you do have an amazing staff there.
Yeah.
I just wanted to,
Hey,
again,
Brian.
oh, hey, how you doing?
Good, man.
I'm doing. First, I wanted just to say that your graduation and attendance data is amazing. But more so, I think the humility and the approach you bring creates a culture that's really powerful. Part of that, though, is you kind of come here and you just say, here's what we did, and we're differentiated, and it doesn't give you an opportunity to really say, what else do you need? And I guess my question is, you have some probably unique needs compared to our other schools in the district, and what else do you need that you're not getting that would allow you to excel further?
Dude, this guy, I didn't even realize he was back here. Yeah. I'd love to see better partnerships with the local community businesses. That is something I'd really like to see, is have our students have an opportunity to get out in more local businesses, have internship opportunities perhaps in those businesses so they can have a better link to exploring vocational interests. That would be something that I think is a no-cost proposal that I think is really vital for our kids, is having local businesses opening their doors and being interested in program development with our school. Public-private partnerships. Yeah.
Mr. Banfield.
I wish everybody in this room, besides the board members, could go out and enjoy their graduation ceremonies at Pacific Beach. They are so beautiful, so wonderful. And you and your staff do a labor of love.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it. All right.
Okay, my turn.
Oh, hey, Mary.
Hi, Chris. Where have I heard before, what do you need?
Yeah, all the time from you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
You do a fantastic job there. And your staff is just the most caring, the most dedicated, the most connected group of people. I think you have a lot to be proud of. And I wonder, I am noticing that under, let's see, offer more field trip opportunities. I have seen that, I think, several times
Yeah, our
in
kids
previous
always want
reports.
field trips.
And I think that your student senators have also expressed that desire. And I'm wondering, what types of field trips would you, in a perfect world, have for your students? And what is the impediment to taking them on field trips?
Oftentimes, the impediment isn't as much financial as it is like just time. You know, a lot of, as you know, a lot of our students enter credit deficient, and we don't have time for non-curricular sort of ventures as much as we would like. So that is the number one impediment, but it hasn't been financial. I'd say that I love going out and visiting businesses. So like the field trip that Aaron took us on to Trust Automation was really fantastic. We've been to Diablo Canyon. So again, that's part of me exploring different business partnerships in order to take students out into workplaces where they can see what a professional workspace looks like. That, for a lot of them, allows them to visualize something that they can work towards. And it's been game changing for a lot of our kids to go out into professional workspaces and see what those look like.
And are you the person who lines up those opportunities? Or how does that?
Sometimes, but I'd say that Lisa Palladian is our, like, basically like a college career tech, and she has lined up most of them almost every time. So she's been super important in reaching out and soliciting opportunities for our kids to go visit professional workspaces.
Okay. Well, your attendance is stellar. I mean,
yeah, thanks.
Great, better than any other school, I believe, in the district. And and your kids, you're right. They vote with their feet, and they vote to be there. So I know you want to increase that number, but you're riding pretty high.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for the presentation.
Appreciate it.
Oh, Mr. Buckman.
I had to step out. All I can say is ditto, but I have to tell you how much I enjoyed visiting the campus, and I'm watching that new school come up, and
yeah, we're excited.
I know you're excited, but I kind of like the funky. So
right.
It's good.
The buildings are
it's going to be a little hard
apart
for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Chris, for everything you do.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I think before we start this presentation, I would like to take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
So that we can use the facilities and what have you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, please, if the board members would take their seats. Okay, I think we're all here now. And we'll move on to item, I believe it's 10.2.
10.02.
Yeah. 10.02, the budget reduction recommendations discussion.
And Jacob, you could throw it up on the screen for me, please, the presentation. So yeah, as the board, again, I should start with, this was supposed to be Dr. Prater. These are Dr. Prater's recommendations, right? So again, and I know that he wishes he could be here right now to do this and take, and because he does, right? We know Dr. Prater, we know his leadership, we know that he would want to do this and go through it as
I think
as painful as it is.
He sacrificed a hip to avoid it.
Yes, he did. So yes, put that rod hammered in. So again, here I am to share with the board again, right? So as the board knows, this this has been coming for years, our 10-year budget, that we were going to have to, at some point, make reductions. Unless we got that TK funding, that unitary tax again, right, then we wouldn't be here today, as Mr. Lippert pointed out, right? And so I'm kind of going to go through this first presentation, the first part of the presentation quickly. Anyone in the audience, you can watch my video on the budget, right, through the LCAP, people have seen it. But yeah, we started in August, kind of slowly stepping through it, why we have structural deficit, then what our reductions were, and now tonight is the first time where we're publicly reviewing the proposed reductions for next school year, right? So again, I think it is meaningful just to quickly go through why we have a structural deficit. So one of the reasons, of course, is the loss of unitary tax. Now, we did have SB 1090, which was fantastic, gave us one-time funds for about 6 years that kind of made up a little bit of that loss of unitary tax. And again, had Diablo Canyon shut down, had the plant closed, we wouldn't have the slide up here today. We wouldn't be talking about it. But the fact is, it is still open. And because when they passed SB 846, they didn't put in anything to reestablish the unitary tax or keep the mitigation payments going, here we are, right? So we're done with our mitigation payments. They're gone, right? $4.6 million in revenues, gone. And we don't have there's nothing to make that up, right? That is a large amount of money. Again, you can see the overall effect, over $7 million, close to $7 million from 16-17 down to 24-25. I am concerned, and I share Mr. Lippert's angst, right, about PG&E and what's happening. I guess my really concern is that if they do grant a 20-year extension, that at least at that point, they will do something to reinstitute unitary tax, should that happen. There are processes, procedures that go into play if that long-term happens, but there's just some distrust that I have for how that process might go in the future. And so, again, as the board knows, Dr. Prater and myself, we're monitoring this, we're pushing for it, and we'll continue to do that. So the second thing is, again, and it's been brought up earlier tonight, COVID-related funding, right? So we received a lot of money, like $30 million in COVID funding, one-time funds. And as needed, we hired staff. We increased interventions, we hired more counseling support for kids, we lowered class sizes. We did all those things, and it was all great, fantastic, we loved it. If we could keep it, we would continue today. I would not be here speaking about making reductions if we didn't have to, right? They were all great things for kids. As you've heard tonight, some of those issues with COVID haven't gone away, but the funding has. right? So that's a problem. That's an issue that we face as a school district. The third, again, is we've added a grade level with no funding associated with it. So we're a basic aid school district. More kids doesn't help our process, right? So this has basically become a major intervention that we have taken on, right? And so despite our fights with the legislature, right, and talking with Senator Laird and Don Addis, right, Mrs. Addis, or Assemblywoman, did put forward a bill to try to get us TK funding, but there's kind of a disgust with basic aid school districts and the legislator, right? Because if you saw the chart on the handout, the printout, you'll see that some of those districts make $20,000, $30,000 more per student. And when our legislators think about basic aid, that's what they see. They don't see the fact that San Luis Coastal is $675 more per student, right? So we get kind of lumped into that group. So we're going to continue to advocate for that funding, right? Even if it's some type of a sliding scale seems fair. So again, yeah, if you're a district making $20,000, $30,000 more per student, yeah, you don't receive TK funding. But if you're at one of the bottoms, like we're close to the bottom level of unified school districts, basic aid status, then maybe we receive some funding for TK. Again, kudos to our TK teachers. That last year, right, we had talked about TK, possibly reducing TK, right, and not having it anymore. They kind of worked with our educational team, took on more kids, did a half-day model, those types of things. And again, it's thanks to them for kind of helping us make this work. Now that said, TK kind of basic aid districts have to have TK was something that came up over the course of the year because several basic aid districts are going through the same issue. And we got kind of a Dear John letter from our state superintendent of education, Tony Thurman, that basically said it is mandatory. So you're not going to see TK reductions tonight for next year because as far as we're concerned, based on what's been told from the state, we have no choice but to offer TK. Again, rising staff costs is another aspect of it, right? This first part, the STRS and PERS, which we've talked about, again, those are costs to ensure that STRS and PERS, so STRS, Teachers Retirement System, PERS, Classified Retirement System, that they stay in effect, that they're funded. And so, several years ago, they basically put that requirement on the school district to pay, right? So again, STRS has gone up from 8.3 to 9.1%. For new staff, it's also gone up, the cost of STRS. And then for PERS, it's gone from 11.7 to 27.5. So that's each employee paying more, right? On top of, for a classified, we pay for Social Security as well, so close to 34% in benefits. Now, the hard part with that for our staff is that's not paying the rent, like Phil talked about. That's not paying for food, right? That's not paying for transportation or anything else that people need. But it is a cost that the district has to bear, right, for that, and we have no choice. You can't negotiate that away, you can't do anything with it, right, you can't take it as pay, it's something we have to pay. And again, long-term, retirement-wise, it's important that system is funded, right, for our employees. Again, we've also negotiated 29% salary increases during the same time period. Listen, I know this board has always prided itself on trying to offer the high salaries, especially in our county, right, in comparison. We know Santa Maria is tough to compete with, but definitely for the other districts. Some of them, with the increases in LCFF, have caught us at the lower level, first, second year, third year teaching spots, those types of things. And so, again, we've tried to continue to give increases. But last year, for example, hard-fought negotiations back and forth, doing things. The board, we ended up approving a one-time ongoing increase, as well as a 5% increase for special education teachers, right? Knowing that their job is tougher than ever before, the amount of paperwork, what they have to do, right? Recognizing them by giving that increase as well. But know that represents about $1.6 million of ongoing costs to the school district. So when we look at the $5 million of reductions tonight, that could have been 1.6 million less, right? So when we talk about, and again, we're going to be going into negotiations again with all of our unions. So it's that balance, salary, ongoing, right? Working conditions, you know, and we'll talk about the changes in working conditions as I go through the cuts that we've made thus far. But know that, again, we understand that salary is something we want to, cost of living is super high here. I have a daughter who's a second-year teacher. It's very expensive to try to live on a new teacher salary, very difficult. So I hear the group as we talk about it, and it's something that we need to prioritize, right? We need to prioritize salaries, but we also need to prioritize all the other things that we're going to talk about as well. So again, the board annual priority was to, you know, we need to cure the structural deficit this year. We need to make sure our revenues and our expenditures align for our next school year, right? And then we also need to build up our unrestricted reserve levels. Why do we need to do that? Because the County Office of Education told us, hey, you're too low. You're kind of at a breaking point with our unrestricted reserve levels, right? It's the lowest we've been since I've been here in the past 15 years. So we have to build that back up. We have to work on it, right? And so that's why we're finally at a point where we can't push the cuts down the road anymore. We have to make these reductions to ensure that our expenditures and our revenues match. Again, we're going to continue to fight for TK revenue. We're going to continue to fight for unitary tax. Love the fact that our parents are backing us and trying to get something for that as well, right? In that group, we'll try to support them any way we can. Either one of those would wipe out the need to do a majority of these reductions, right? Either one of those would be fantastic for us to do that. So again, we're continuing to fight for those. We did all last year. We tried on both fronts, and unfortunately we're unsuccessful. And that's why we're here today, right? That's why we have to move forward with these on the second part. Before you can talk about this year's reductions, you really need to go back and look at what the reductions were in the prior years, right? Because it kind of gives a pattern. So of course, nobody cares about administrators or district office staff, right? So where we started, that's where we started, right? So we started with, we had 3 principals on special assignment. We had a counselor on special assignment at the district office, and those were the first positions that were eliminated back in 23-24. Last year, we began to look at, again, a lot of different things. Our initial projection for reductions in elementary staffing was $1.8 million. What I'll tell you is we ended up with only $1.275 million, because when we were making class sizes, when you're breaking it up, and the number of combo classes, and how many kids can you have in a first grade or a second grade class, those types of things, right? We didn't feel like we could reduce elementary class size any more than we have this year. And the board's heard, right, the impact of that. So the effect on working conditions, right, for teachers and staff, going from 18 kids to 28 in a first grade class. It's difficult, very difficult. That said, we had to bring up our class sizes. We had to do that through this process. That's the main area of our budget, of our personnel cost, is class size, as it should be. Classroom teachers, right? They're the most impactful on students and student achievement. We also made some reductions at the high school level as well, right? So overall, that represented about 15 staff, 9 elementary teachers, 5 secondary, and again, 1 physical education teacher, because they provide the prep for those elementary teachers as well. We got rid of some site Title I positions, reduced them, right? And that allowed the sites to kind of take their Title I money and use them. In a lot of cases, it was to help assist and pay for our SLCUSD and other intervention at those school sites. So the Title I funds that we have is really elementary focused, right? A little bit goes to PEB, but as a school district, we've decided to put all of our Title I funds into our elementary sites. Not all school districts do that, but we understand the importance of early education, getting kids to read, math, those types of things, and that's why it's been focused there. We had 2 secretarial positions that left during the time period, a half-time position at Teach, as well as a full-time position at Laguna. They had kind of a bump in enrollment. We gave them a secretary for a very short time, and then we moved them to San Luis Obispo High School with those retirements. Again, much of this we've tried to do through attrition, as much as we can, keeping the current employees that we have through that process. We reduced, it's really 1.8 MTSS, I was corrected, TOSAs at the district office as well last year. We reduced the summer planning days and grade level planning days, so subs, right? So this was just, again, it's a time when teachers would get together, plan for the year, meet with other grade level partners throughout. And so those sub days were reduced personnel costs associated with those, and basically asked, hey, utilize your TCT time, your staff meeting time, your PD days that are part of the schedule, right, as that process. So that was about 100,000. We cut 3 district department staff, an executive superintendent in the superintendent's office, a payroll tech, a human resource technician. So again, a lot of, district office reductions as well, right, as we went through this process. We reduced instructional aides at the same time. We had initially talked about reducing all kindergarten aides because that was something that was relatively new that we brought into the district. But with raising class sizes in kindergarten and not having any aid support, it just didn't make sense. So we did leave, based on Lisa's recommendation, at least a half time for every kindergarten class throughout the school district, right? And so again, it was less than we had anticipated initially with those reductions, but still was about 11 aides altogether. What I will tell you on that standpoint is all of those classified staff, we have paraeducator jobs. So nobody had to lose their job. Maybe not the job that they had, but we have jobs in the school district for all of those employees that wanted to continue to work. Student support specialists. So initially, RSQ teachers were reduced at the first group. But again, through that LCAP process, through, kind of working, Stephanie Shepard, Lisa Yamashita, right, Dan Neff, working with the staff, with the principals, they brought those back using kind of a different funding, pulling it together, using the Title I funds to do that. And so those were kind of reinstituted, but it wasn't savings at the time. So again, the TK was not a savings per se, but again, because of the willingness of our TK teachers to work with us and staff, we were able to not have to add an additional $1.5 million worth of cost with that program. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with TK enrollment. I will tell you, right, we have 460 kindergarten kids and we have 376 TK kids. Why that is, I have no idea. Why people wouldn't come for free all-day school, not that I'm trying to bring our enrollment up, but it's an interesting thing. So we'll see next year kind of where that goes now that it's full year, 4-year-olds, right? So it'll be interesting, as well as I believe some of the federally subsidized programs are being reduced, right, being cut. So we'll see what happens with that part. So we've also did some non-personnel reductions. Again, things that, it's all meaningful. It's all great for kids, those types of things. But again, we needed to make as many reductions as possible through that process. So you'll see that list there as well to try to get to our $5 million, right, in reductions last year. So far this year, again, the board made these reductions February, I believe, right? And then we had a process where we went through the budget process, LCAP. The board approved a budget in June. It's still bad, worse than we had anticipated. So we had conversations with the board at the time about, hey, if people leave, we may not refill positions, right? So through attrition, trying to, again, save the people that we have currently, right, their jobs, that we wouldn't backfill positions. And so we had an HVAC technician, computer technician, library media tech that left. And again, all of those were all part of that reduction from last school year. So this year, in terms of reductions, that we're looking at so far, right? And this is, again, through attrition. We have the I-Innovate test, and I'll talk about these as we come through, actually, so I'll spare you on that behalf. This is Mr. Buckman did ask about some ratios, those types of things at our last study session. So the public knows, we spent 3 hours together last Thursday. It was like the teaching days all over again. My voice was crackling at the end, right? After talking for 3 hours straight, it's a lot of work, right? To go through that and to be a teacher and to go through that information with the board, right? Hopefully that was helpful for the board to know that 3 hours of information, right? Taking all of that in. And so tonight is I wanted to share this with you because, again, some of the ratio aspect is interesting, right? So this looks at Atascadero, Lucia Mar, San Luis Coastal, Paso Robles. You can see the total enrollment there. Anywhere from 4,000 to close to 10,000 kids at Lucia Mar. So you look at the teacher FTE, the administrator FTE, the pupil services, right, FTE, non-instructional support FTE, and then they have the ratios. And what you'll find is that student-teacher ratios, and again, this is last year after our reductions. So San Luis Coastal still maintains the best student-to-teacher ratio at 18.2. We have the worst administrator ratio at 242 to 1 compared to the other school districts. We have our special education program has grown dramatically since 2013-14. In 2013-14, our special ed program was 14% of our budget. It is currently 30.6% of our budget, special education. And so what's happened is that has almost become like an intervention program for the district. It's taking resources, right? And it's not something that we can change. Once you spend those dollars towards special education, they remain, they stay. You can't make any reductions in special education. So tonight when we look at the reductions, you're not going to see reductions in special education, right? There really is none. Though we may look at some organizational aspects of it, administratively, management-wise, for that department. But you look at the student services, right? Pupil ratio, again, very good compared to other districts. And then lastly, the student to non-instructional support ratio, we're close to the worst in that, right, as well. So again, the focus is more on the classroom where it should be. It should be on the classroom. So what are the proposed reductions for this year? We did have a fiscal sustainability committee, so a group of, again, some reps from our 3 different unions. We had some parents there. We had some of our TOSAs. We had some principals there. We had some teachers. And we kind of went through this same process that we did with the board on Thursday. And the green, yellow, and red was their information just to share with you. This is not the board's priorities. It's not what the board says to bring back or not bring back, but it was the fiscal sustainability's recommendations in terms of, hey, if we have money, if things happen between January and June, and before the board makes the final budget, these are the things that we see that you would bring back. So I'm going to talk about those first in non-personnel, and then we'll do the same. So in terms of non-personnel reductions, we have a Common Ground Advisory Task Force, which has been really great, really looking at critical issues, problems that come up in our schools and kind of grounding us. And so with that, though, comes a consultant, comes attorney's fees. And so it's not that we won't do the Common Ground Task Force, it's just we're not going to provide the consultant, the attorney, the other people per se for that committee to meet. And so that represents about $43,000 in savings. Athletic budgets. So we are looking at asking both high schools to reduce their athletic budgets. This is not stipends, not stipend amount, but the actual amount, which mainly goes towards transportation, by $50,000 at both sites. So $50,000 at SLO High, $50,000 at Morro Bay High. Wayfinder is a middle school curriculum that's used for SEL learning and curriculum, and so that is something that, again, was a reduction. We are looking at other sources, maybe Medi-Cal or other things, restricted funds, to continue that. But again, they felt that was important to bring back. We are also, and have notified both the city of Morro Bay and the city of San Luis Obispo, that we may not be paying for the 2 resource officers at the 2 comprehensive high schools. That represents about $404,000 in savings. So I know Dr. Prater has meetings set up with both groups to talk about that. Our hope would be that the cities would be able to fund those. Whether that's possible or not, we don't know. The role of I will tell you, the role of a school resource officer has changed over the years because California has restricted what a school resource officer can do at a school. But that said, again, we still value their presence on our school campuses and the safety and just the feeling that it provides, right, for those 2 campuses. using instructional budget. So several years ago, we really had a need to increase the instrument replenishment, those types of things, right, at the time. So we are looking at reducing that budget by $150,000. We have our Leader in Me, which is a training setup, right, and this is the district cost to kind of be the district player in it. Our hope is that there will be an alternative funding source to help, and that kind of ties into our athletics with achievement for our elementary students as well. The next non-personnel reductions, again, Cultural Creations is a consultant that's come on and has helped our schools, our secondary schools in particular, but even some of our elementaries in kind of setting goals for our students. You heard about some of those tonight, right, with Los Osos Middle School, and things like building up attendance, changing academics, right? So it's not that work can't continue. It's just we're not going to pay for the consultant to work with our schools to do it. Right, we're going to have to leave it up to our administration, our district office staff, our teachers to pull that together. Second step to respect, again, is the elementary level of curriculum for SEL learning. So that's another one that we looked at reducing as part of the non-personnel costs. Again, potential alternate funding for that through Medi-Cal fundings and looking at continuing that in a different way. These all represent general fund reductions. Principal mentorship. It's nice when you have a new principal to have an outside person come in and work with them, right? So that they, feel like they can converse, talk, do those types of things. So that's something we looked at just reducing. We'll have to have one of our current staff in the district assist with that. The Youth Truth Survey. This Youth Truth Survey is something that we have really benefited from, I would say, over the years, and especially with our LCAP outreach and getting people to respond. And so we're looking at maybe making that every 3-year contract, right? So we do it every 3 years. The school can set goals. We can see where they're at, and then we can do that. But no, we'll have to replace our LCAP survey with another type of survey instrument. And then again, we did hire a lobbyist to help us, the Management firm, to try to get the TK and funding as well as the PG&E funding. And unfortunately, that wasn't successful. So we've stopped that contract, and so that'll be savings for next year as well, already reduced. And then lastly, again, another consultant that helps with our leading equitable schools, University of Washington, is another consultant. So again, that work can continue. It's just not with the consultant aspect of bringing it up. When we look at personnel reductions, again, painful as we go through them, right? Everything that is listed on here are things that we've added to our school sites because we felt like they were needed and necessary for kids. So we take no pleasure in having to even present these to you tonight, but we have to balance our budget. So again, we looked at those ratios. You look at what we reduced over the last few years. You try to get to a point where we're kind of we're trimming right the budgets and really, unfortunately, these are the people reductions, right? So these are people that are affected by those cuts. So the first one is going to be a heavy task for Ms. Yamasha and her team, and that's reducing interventions across the school district, right? And those are mainly elementary, I will say. Yeah, there are some district office, TOSA staff that do our TK-12, but a lot of that is elementary, EL, AITs, S-cubes, people that have direct impact on kids. Again, we felt like we can't reduce elementary staff anymore. Like our current class size in elementary, the number of combos where we're at now, like you're not going to see further elementary reductions in that. So if we're not going to reduce in the classroom, then we're forced to look at things outside the classroom in terms of making reductions. But those are painful. The secondary teachers as well. So when you look at secondary teachers, it doesn't say intervention on there, but you just heard from Heather tonight where she described a series of classes that are offered at her school. And so those are all classes that she's going to have to weigh whether or not we can offer them with these 7 reductions of secondary teachers. So I don't want you to walk away and say, oh yeah, just increase secondary classes, who cares, right? They can take more kids, they're high school kids, they're middle school kids, right? Know that it will have an effect on the school and programs. And so that is built into that 7 number as well, right? So again, those are tough cuts to have to try to make. And I know Mr. Neff is working with the principals right now and trying to see. Again, we're fortunate that it looks like we have some attrition that's going to happen. We have some retirements coming up. So if we can make those with keeping our current staff in place, then that would be fantastic, right? To be able to do that. High school is different than elementary in that you can't, hey, you're 3rd grade, I'm going to move you to 6th grade next year. You can't do that with an English and a science teacher, right? So secondary can be difficult in terms of making these reductions and having to do that. So again, a lot of work is going to have to go into those master schedules and what we offer the sites. The next one is elementary athletic coordinator. So at point 6 right now, this is someone who oversees, right, all the elementary athletics programs. In order for us to continue that program, we're going to need somebody to do that. Who that is, how we set it up, going to have to work with the foundation to try to see, try to find a way to be able to make that happen, right? If we're able to make it happen. Know that as I go through these, that we are going to be tasked with not doing things that we've done in the past. You can't make these reductions over the last 2 years and expect people to do the same things that we've always done, right? It's not manageable. And so that's going to be something that, again, Ms. Yamashita, her staff, right, are going to have to work with our principals and talk about. And what can people do? What can't they do, right, as we go through this process? So, we know that these are difficult and that they're tough. And they're already experiencing those, right? We're hearing from staff even this year after last year's reductions. We do have 3 secondary counselors, kind of bringing us back to our counseling level that we had pre-COVID, right? We had added a counselor to Lambs, and San Luis Obispo High School. We have added the 2 wellness centers at both SLO High and Morro Bay. Our hope is that right now they're continuing to bill, right? We're hoping that those will become funded positions in the future, which is why we've kind of left them for now, right, in that process. You saw from Heather tonight, there are some county behavioral help, things like that, right, that are assisting our counselors as well. It's kind of a slap in the face to call them academic counselors, right? So they do much more than just academic work with kids. We've heard that from some counselors, right, too. So when you put wording, when you say things right, it can come across in a negative way. So I apologize for that for those counselors. They do more than academic counseling, right? They're there for kids all day in many different facets. But we are looking at reducing the 3. And as you heard tonight, that's painful. That's tough, right? We have a lot of kids who still have needs. We're looking at, again, restructuring student support services. So we went through a whole study with our special education department, and it's probably the one area where our management of special education is something that needs to be corrected. So we're not looking at adding positions. It would be looking at our current staffing program specialists. How can we, move those around, change things to adapt and to change that department? That may not happen this year, but it's something that we need to start to look at to support the student services. Summer athletic stipends, they were put in place just 2 years ago, right, to provide kind of a pittance to our coaches, right, who are now kind of year-round for summer programs as well. So it's just a little bit of money to try to help them out, right, for all these time and that they put into their activities. And so it's one of the things that we're looking at reducing until we have funds in the future. And those are all things, those top 6 right there that I just read off, those are the things that our Fiscal Sustainability Committee really, again, they would like us to bring back if we have funds. I would say that the number 1 thing that they really focused on in hearing from them was the intervention, was classroom intervention, as something that they would like to see us try to maintain, if at all possible, as we move forward. So again, we're going to look at reducing a grounds worker. We already reduced a custodian because we had a retirement, so we just didn't backfill that position. Again, we've been doing that as much as possible, when possible. It says IS&T position. We thought we were going to have a retirement there. It may not. That's probably going to change to a district office secretarial position, is what that reduction will end up being. We have elementary library media tech reductions. We had one library media technician leave over the course of the summer. Again, we're right now, we backfilled San Luis Obispo High School. We have 2 schools right now, 2 librarians that are sharing a 3rd school. So we are looking at reducing library tech hours throughout the school district, throughout the elementary levels, right? That will vary by school site, by the number of classes that have to go to the library. And again, it will have an effect on the library, how many hours it's offered, when kids can go in, those types of things. But we're still maintaining the libraries. We're still maintaining classes going into the library, right? But again, very different. It is a reduction for that. And so what that looks like, do we have librarian share? Is it going to just be, hey, it's a 0.4 person at Del Mar, a 0.6 at Bay, you know, what that looks like will be something that Dr. Puccia is going to have to work with CSAA on and the effect of that long term. Again, a few of these were a little bit easy in that we had, you know, we're paying for a counselor sub for somebody who's on maternity leave, so we're not going to do that next year. That's a savings. Again, we talked about the 3 elementary counselors that left over the course of the summer. We didn't backfill those. So we used a formula based on need, right? And we reallocated the 6.5 that were there. We had an HR tech that was partial year this year that is now gone, so that's a savings that'll happen. In working with Mr. Dowler, you know, they have funding that through Title I, through some of their other grants. So I'm going to be working with him on making a reduction at PB. He probably won't need to lose any of his current employees with that, right? But just using that funding in different ways. And so we met last week. We're going to continue to meet on that so that we can at least try to, again, all the other schools are making reductions. They're all feeling the impact of these reductions. And so, you know, PB is going to be no different, right, in terms of that process. The last one is, again, the Foundation TOSA was also on leave for most of the year. The district's paying for that position. We won't be double funding that, so that was a reduction that we plan on making as well to get us to that, you know, kind of $5.1 million range in reductions. So next steps for the board, right, is that we're going to receive our property tax information here very soon. You will share, and so that then will be part of our first interim presentation with the board, kind of sharing, okay, where are we at this year, 25, 26, it's our first presentation, right, for the board to see kind of where we're at. And then we'll update the 10-year budget so you can see, but I can tell you right now that as it stands right now, we're looking at, again, the need to reduce by about $5 million. And that's without finishing our negotiations with our 3 unions, right? So which we're going to probably begin in January. So that has to be taken into account as well, right? As we know that salary is an issue that's discussed, you know, frequently. So we'll, with that first interim budget, right, that will then kind of give the board a clear view. And then again, Dr. Prater will bring this back. We'll listen tonight what public has to say. We'll listen to the board. If he needs to make adjustments, he'll do that. And then he will be presenting the kind of final list of proposed reductions in December for the board. And then know that the reason why we're asking you to do that is there are timelines that are associated by March 15th. So we have to notify people. We have to go through that process, do all of those things. But also know that between January and June, the board is still working on the budget. The board's still developing the LCAP and what we're going to do. We're hopeful that there's going to be a good chunk of one-time funds in January because the state economy's been good. And normally, if that happens, the San Luis Coastal also receives those one-time funds. So those would potentially be available for the board, right? To look at potentially, again, with the budget, the process of do we bring things back? Now, bringing back personnel with one-time funds is very difficult, right? So I don't want to candy coat it, right? But again, it's something that the board will be able to consider as we go through that process. Again, we'll have gone through negotiations, hopefully by that standpoint as well. So we'll kind of, you know, the board will be able to make some decisions by June. But you can't go back in time and do these other reductions if we don't do them now, right? We can always take them away. You can't go back and make reductions, right, in June. So that's why we're kind of pushing for this December timeline to make this happen, right? and to go through that process. Again, all painful, all horrible things. Dr. Prayer is beside himself, right? These are all things he's built up, programs he loves, things that he's done, right, over the past few years, and they're great. It's fantastic for kids. All of it is. But at the same time, we have to balance our budget. We have to. And I honestly, I don't want to do this again. I don't want to sit here next year at the same time and be going through the same conversation. So it's in our best, I would say our best interest as a district to, again, as the board goal, to make this happen, right, in December, get to that point. Again, hopefully we'll have some funds, be able to do some things over the course of January to June, but at least next year we'll be in a position where we can actually look at, hey, your property values and salaries and employees and those types of things and have a much better picture than constantly having this reduction talk. So that's my presentation tonight. I know we have a lot of people that want to share with the board. We are not asking the board to approve anything tonight. Tonight's kind of about listening to the public, hearing from them, right? And then, of course, I'm here to answer any questions afterward, should the board desire.
Okay, thank you. I think Mrs. Sheffert has the public comment slips.
Thank you. I'm going to call a couple names at a time so that people can be kind of prepared. And again, please excuse any mispronunciation of names. So I have Ashley Herney, followed by Jose Vialta. You here?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ashley Herney, school counselor at Loams, and I'm disheartened to be back to fight for keeping school counselors intact, even after some of you so graciously backed our cause 9 months ago. Let me first acknowledge the realities of this budget deficit and the need for cuts to come from somewhere. I still see you all as individuals with my counselor's heart and recognize the discomfort that you feel in these situations, but my core goal remains the same, and it would be an admirable goal for you too. We are in far different era than we've ever been when it comes to youth mental health. It's undeniable that every staff member feels it. Sometimes I call in a student who seems put together by the usual standards, only to have them start sobbing in my office for reasons like pressure, lacking self-confidence, or heartbreaking turmoil at home. It's not just that there's no way of knowing which students need additional support, it's that they all need additional support. Budget cuts will lead to larger class sizes. Larger class sizes leads to students feeling lost in the shuffle more than they already do. Teachers will be less able to connect on a deeper level, which can result in student behavioral challenges that put everyone in the room in fight or flight mode, the kryptonite to learning. Understaffing school counselors means that those left to do the work will only have enough time for intervention, not prevention. And please let me point out that intervention in mental health doesn't just look like extra time spent teaching concepts. Intervention in our world includes suicide risk assessments, threat assessments, and mitigating acts of destruction and hate. Additionally, I would like to point out some of the language on the recently released budget handout. On the last page, you'll find maintaining perspective. I understand this is to serve as a silver lining, but it does not align with the perspective of me and my counseling partner. Under retaining and maintaining, you'll find wellness centers and career techs. These aren't at middle schools. Your middle school counselors are the wellness center. We are the career techs. And as Mr. Pinkerton pointed out, the use of academic counselors is actually a slap in the face based on the work that we do. It's not just academic, we also support disciplinary concerns and chronic absenteeism because all of it relates to mental health. Here's where I'll share a request. Before you vote on whether or not to keep the counselor cuts in this budget action, please come spend a day in my office. Be a fly on the wall and see the work. Witness the fears, tears, collaboration, and magic that occurs when an adult can truly allow students to feel seen and heard. Ideally, more than one of you would come on different days and then discuss your observations. They will be so different from one another because the job is absolute chaos, incredibly beautiful and rewarding chaos that cannot be done effectively with a larger caseload. My door is open to you all. I promise I'm a gracious host. This includes cabinet members. In closing, while I naturally don't like confrontation or challenging leadership, I must model for my students what it takes to fight for what you believe in and that they are worth the fight. I hope you all will join me in modeling the same. Please show them that you believe that they should have access to the care that they need and that they deserve. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jose, and admittedly, I might appear and sound a little shaky. It's a mix of nerves, uncertainty, anxiety. Let's call it passion. So once again, hi, I'm Jose. I'm one of your school counselors here at Loams. I want to give you all thanks to this. I want to give thanks to this community for welcoming me in and being such a family. In the year and a half-ish of being here in the San Luis Central Coast area, I have grown to absolutely love this place and its people, and have felt so proud telling everyone where I live and where I work. That is why I feel the need to stand up for its future. You all ask us to be advocates for our students and their families, so tonight is no different, and I would be failing my kids, my team, these families, and even you if I didn't advocate tonight. Last year, you voted to preserve counselors for your kids, and it was such a win. A win. We cannot take steps back. All this talk of money, way above my pay grade. I know one thing we can't afford, and we cannot afford to take steps back. Last year, the sentiment around voting to keep us around another year was that of kicking a can down the road or delaying a problem. That is not what our kids are. You aren't voting in the interest of us counselors. You are voting in the interest of and for the future of your kids. You didn't vote to push something off. You earned another year of support for your kids. In true counselor fashion, I do empathize with you and the heaviness of the decision you all have to make. I know it's not easy and hopefully not fun. And even as someone on the chopping block, I don't envy the position you are in right now. So just to keep my part short and hopefully give other voices a chance, I just want to leave you with this and hope something resonates. What can you live with? Letting down your kids, your families, your community that you came here to help? Please remember why you are here. Make a difference. It means something.
Next is Michelle Rowe, followed by Jane Hawley.
Hello, my name is Michelle Rowe. I am a parent of a, I'm going to get emotional. I'm a parent of a child at Sinsheimer Elementary, and I want to talk to you a little bit about the proposed cuts to the library tax. I don't know if a lot of the parents in the Sinsheimer know that the library tax are our beloved librarians. Sorry. Mr. Pinkerton mentioned that the proposal that he has, he's unclear at this point exactly how those cuts are going to look. And I want to tell the board a little bit about my experience with working with our local librarian. I think it would be very important for the board to look into exactly what those cuts are going to look like before you decide whether or not that is a category that you think should be actually cut. Our librarian on the day-to-day basis is there from the morning to the evening. The kids are coming in every day, getting books in the morning, getting books in the evening. It's not just the time when their kids are coming into for classes. She opens the library 3 days a week. I watch my child and her friends go in there to spend their lunch. Sorry. It's a safe place for them to go. So losing the librarians, even part-time at any of these sites, is going to be detrimental. Our librarians not only check out books, but they're cultivating a collection all year long. And I've worked very closely with our librarian for running book fairs for the past 3 years, which we're currently doing right now. I've helped her run fundraisers just to supplement prior cuts to like her ability to purchase new books for our students. I have volunteered not every week, but nearly every week for the past 4 years during one of my child's classes to make sure that she has help. And I've watched how kids love her. The librarians that we have at our schools are just so important to these kids. Last year, I only have 47 seconds, but last year, I know at Sinsheimer they had a survey about who the kids trust, who they trusted adult at the school they would go to. And our librarian was named time and time again. I'm really hopeful that before you even consider a cut to the library tax, you will really looking at what exactly that looks like, because it's very broad right now and it's very concerning that we don't know exactly what it's going to look like. Just implore you, because the library is like a fundamental part of learning. If you want those ELA scores to continue to stay at where they're at or rise, having a resource for those kids to go and learn at is going to be it's so important. You're taking away a piece of their fundamental learning. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jane Hawley. I've been an English teacher at SLO High, the secondary curriculum TOSA, and AVID district director, and I now proudly serve as your district librarian. Although I'm a teacher, I manage a talented team of highly qualified classified library technicians who lead our school libraries. These are the people I want to focus on tonight. Behind me are women who have dedicated their professional lives to inspiring a love of reading and learning. They work with every student, building relationships that last for years. They know our students' challenges, dreams, and passions. They read aloud to them, teach information literacy and digital citizenship, support teachers, manage resources, and create welcoming spaces where students can read, build, design, draw, and simply connect. They also manage thousands of books and devices and keep our libraries clean, safe, and inviting. The value of their work is clear. Last year, the Pacheco Library Tech circulated 33,623 books. The Los Ranchos Library Tech taught 468 library lessons. The Loams Library Tech reached over 500 students with digital citizenship lessons. The Lambs Library Tech supervised 60 to 90 students daily at lunch. Across our district, our libraries circulated 169,320 library books to students, inspiring children and teens to be readers for the rest of their lives. Our libraries are central to our schools for many reasons, but I want to focus on our primary purpose, literacy. Libraries help students fall in love with reading because they offer freedom of choice. As an English teacher, I taught Between the World and Me by Ta-Nehisi Coates, who wrote, "I was made for the library, not the classroom. The classroom was the jail of other people's interests. The library was open, unending, free." Now, I'm not advocating not assigning reading in class, but that freedom is essential. Libraries center curiosity, exploration, and personal interest. They represent the best of our society, a passion for knowledge, respect for learning, empathy, truth, community, and the role of imagination in providing meaning and pleasure in our lives. All of this is possible because of the people who work in our libraries with our students. Tonight begins a conversation about our program's future. While I can't go into details now, I welcome your questions in the coming weeks as you consider tonight's proposal. Please know that I'm available to talk and listen to your concerns. I also invite you to visit our school libraries to watch the magic of students discovering the joy of reading for yourself. Thank you.
Michelle Garner, followed by Buffy Anderson.
Hi, my name is Michelle Garner, and I'm here tonight because our students' success, academically, socially, and emotionally, is directly tied to the adults supporting them in schools. School counselors are not an optional luxury, they're essential. They deliver academic guidance, college and career planning, crisis and mental health support, and small group and classroom lessons. They help teach students how to manage emotions, set goals, and stay in school. The American School Counselor Association, or ASCA, recommends a student-to-counselor ratio of 250 to 1, so counselors can provide these comprehensive services effectively. I don't know what San Luis Coastal's ratio is, but I know that cutting 3 secondary counseling positions certainly will not improve it. This is where I'm going to get emotional. One of my sons, a student here at Loams, had some serious struggles with mental health last year that impacted him in every area. His grades were slipping, he was missing a lot of school, he was withdrawing socially. My husband and I have both been teachers for 22 years. With all of that education and experience, we couldn't reach him. We couldn't get him to school. It's not like when he was 4 years old and we could just throw him in the car and carry him into the classroom. It was the most difficult time we've encountered as parents. I reached out to our amazing principal, Ms. Contreras. She immediately connected me with Ms. Hernay, his assigned counselor. Ms. Hernay implemented supports and strategies to support him and communicated with his teachers about what he might need. On the rare occasion she wasn't available, Mr. Vialta was there, which highlights the critical importance of having more than one counselor at a large school site. My husband and I are eternally grateful for their help. This year, our son is thriving. He's excited to come to school. He's getting really good grades, and he's participating in social events again, like the school dances, all of which he skipped last year. This would not have been possible without Mrs. Hernay, Mr. Vialta, and Ms. Contreras. Any short-term payroll savings you might achieve by eliminating secondary counseling positions will be heavily outweighed by long-term costs to our students and the district in the forms of increased absenteeism rates, increased dropout rates, higher crisis intervention spending, poorer college and career outcomes, and the human cost when students can't get the help they need when they need it. So tonight I ask you two things. One, keep all school counselor positions, and two, prioritize maintaining at minimum the ASCA recommended student to counselor ratio of 250-1 at minimum as a long-term goal for our district. Our kids deserve a district that supports their academic success and their mental health, not one that chips away at those supports in the name of meeting a budget number. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Buffy Anderson. This is my 19th school year working for San Luis Coastal. I am a school counselor at Laguna Middle School, and I'm also a parent of 2 San Luis Coastal students currently, and my third child is a recent SLO high school graduate. I'm here to comment both on the proposed cuts to secondary counseling and some related issues concerning counselor duties. First, I'd like to talk about the district-produced document and the section proposing those personnel reductions. It lists a reduction of 3 secondary counselors and goes on to describe them as academic counseling positions. I do appreciate that Ryan kind of commented on this already, but I have to point out that this is inaccurate and it really misrepresents what school counselors do. We provide comprehensive counseling services to students, including personal, academic, and career counseling. Later on in the document, it talks about potential challenges that would be brought on by the cuts, and among those is reduced academic secondary counseling support. And while technically reducing secondary counselors is going to reduce academic support, the document fails to acknowledge the personal, the social emotional, the college, the career counseling, all of those other things that counselors are providing. The high school campuses do have wellness centers, but our comprehensive school counselors at the high school level are still providing critical personal counseling to students. And at the middle school level, we don't have any wellness centers. The middle school counselors are all we've got. If the cuts are made, I encourage you to find other expenses to reduce. If expenses have to be cut, things that are not going to be felt so keenly by our students. All students benefit from counseling. However, the students impacted will certainly be our most vulnerable students. The final topic I'd like to bring the board's attention to is that of counselors being assigned lunch supervision and other supervision on campus. The assignment of these duties is problematic for 3 reasons. The first one is that supervision causes, we have to be involved in discipline, and it really conflicts with our role as counselors. The second main issue is that because we're providing supervision at lunch, we can't provide counseling at lunch, and that really was a prime time where a lot of students would come in and get counseling because they didn't want to miss class. Maybe they're anxious or they just want to prioritize their learning. And the third issue is just the sheer number of hours spent. Every hour we're spent doing supervision, we can't be counseling students. And for our team at Laguna, this is 7 hours per week. Add up all the weeks, add up all year long, it's a lot. So please consider how important counselors are and how we're spending our time.
Hey, Mary Sanchez-Allwine, followed by Sandra Knapp.
Hello, my name is Mary Sanchez-Allwine. I am a counselor at Laguna Middle School. I've been there for 9 years, but I've been a school counselor for 22 years at 4 different districts. I'm also a parent. I have 2 students at SLO High School and 1 at Pacheco. And honestly, this is the first time that I've ever felt compelled to come to a school board meeting to speak about a concern in my 22-year career. And I'm here to express concerns about the proposed secondary counselor cuts. The past few years, as a team of 3 counselors at Laguna, we've been able to meet one-on-one with every single 7th grade student and every new 8th grade student to our school. We introduce ourselves, we ask students about their interests, concerns, and feelings, and most importantly, let them know we are a trusted adult on campus who is here to help. At the most recent Student Senate meeting, where Dr. Prater was in attendance, and I assume a few of you, Laguna students shared out what was going well, and they said having those individual meetings with their counselors. Even the high school students who were present were disappointed that they didn't have that opportunity to experience that. Our goal is to be proactive, and it is working. Students feel connected and supported at our school. However, that is only possible with 3 counselors, where our ratios are 263 to 1. If we lose a counselor, our ratios will be 410 to 1. Let me repeat that. 410 students to 1 counselor. We will no longer be proactive, but reactive. Our days will be spent triaging crisis situations instead of connecting with our students and fostering relationships during these formative years. Additionally, to note, the LCAP goals for this year once again include intentional culture of care. The goal states, SLCUSD will create an intentional culture of care that includes a focus on students' social emotional wellness and parent connectedness, priorities derived from stakeholders' input to ensure safe and nurturing campuses. Is removing 3 secondary counselors going to improve the culture of care in our district? Absolutely not. I don't have to tell you how challenging the middle school and high school years are for our students. So for their sake, I urge you to not allow the secondary counselor cuts. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and San Francisco community. I have some signs that were made by some kids from Monarch Grove, and I wanted to share them with you. For all of you who don't know, Miss Fontani is our librarian, and our kids love her. And this is their message. Just gonna take this here because I don't know where else to put it. I have a 4th grade student at Monarch Grove Elementary, and I have a 7th grader here at Loams. My name is Sandra Knapp, and I'm here to talk about the fact that our coastal elementary schools, as of October, no longer have full-time librarians. Our Monarch Grove librarian has been asked to split her duties between Monarch Grove and Baywood, as you know, because the Baywood librarian went to go fill the position at SLO High School. And that position at Baywood is not being backfilled because of the budget cuts. Because of this, Monarch Grove and Baywood and Del Mar students, whom you all heard from earlier this evening, all now have a part-time librarian. So how does this affect our coastal students? For the parent that was here earlier, I'm going to let you know, because it's happening right now. Right now at Monarch Grove, the Battle of Books has been canceled. Our librarian has a backlog of the Million Word Reader Challenge, which you can see still goes on and carries through the middle school. She teaches 13 different classes. Now she's added 6 classes at Baywood, not to mention doing the basic duties of circulating books, dealing with IT issues, shelving books, weeding out old books. Unfortunately, at Baywood, they've completely canceled Battle of the Books and no longer do the Million Word Reader program. So those 2 things have been completely eliminated. Our librarian at Monarch is the only elementary school librarian in our school district that is now responsible for 659 students. The city schools all have full-time librarians with an average of 100 to 200 students less than our librarian. So my question is, why are the coastal elementary schools and students not being offered the same educational services? And my concern is this is not equitable for our students, and it is not sustainable or a reasonable workload for the 2 librarians left. In the most recent 2025 standardized tests, 54% of our students in SLO County met or exceeded the ELA standards. This figure is higher than the state, but it's still pre-pandemic levels. Shuttering our school libraries during school hours when 46% of our kids still cannot read or write or comprehend at grade level means we are intentionally setting up our kids for failure.
I'm sorry, I must ask you to stop.
Thank you for your time.
Love you. So the final speaker sheet I have is Steve Gade.
Hi, Board. Thank you. My name's Steve Gady. I teach biotechnology at Morro Bay High School. And I'd like to say thank you because I know that everything you guys are doing is with kids in mind. And that's evident by everything that you do. I'm here to speak about salary and workload tonight. I work 50 hours a week, which means 5 10-hour days. 6 of those days are directly working with students, and then 4 of those hours are ordering reagents, maintaining equipment, writing lessons, and grading. I don't have to read essays, but an English teacher, you could fill that in. So what I'm saying is it's pretty typical for a high school teacher to be working 50 hours a week. And we have it easy. The elementary school teachers, my wife teaches 5th grade at Baywood, and she regularly works 60 hours a week, which if you think about that, that is 5 10-hour days plus 10 hours on the weekend. 4 weeks a year, she works a 70-hour week. That's 3 of those weeks are during grading periods, and then the week before school starts, she works 7 10-hour days. Now speaking to salary, since 2016, your document that we looked at earlier said that we have been given a 29% salary increase, but a conservative estimate of our increase in cost of living has been 48%, which is a huge gap, and it's getting bigger. If we were to keep up with that, we would need an average of a 4.2% salary increase per year, and we've been getting an average of 3% per year. Now, we've got short-term money, and we're paying for long-term commitments. And for example, transitional kindergarten, TK, it's a beautiful service, but what we're really providing is the highest level childcare, and we're giving it for free. But it's not for free. The teachers are paying for it by this decrease in compensation. So perhaps you could look at charging people for some of these services that we're providing because they're excellent, but they're not free. Us teachers are paying for them. Thank you.
That completes the written request to speak that we received. Is there anyone who would like to speak who did not submit a request? Mr. Lippert.
Hi, thanks again. My name is Ben Lippert. I have two daughters in the district, and I have to defend TK. Do any of you know how much we spend on TK in the district? Anybody? Check online, see if you can find it. It's not $5.7 million. That's the number that's in the handout. I know you know because you submitted letters to the Commission on State Mandates, so I know the number. I asked you guys in February, you didn't give me a number. I am in schools, and the teachers, and it's not their fault, think that TK is costing other students. It is not true. That is a legal requirement. And to call it childcare is, I know you mean well, but that is tough to hear. Because there's plenty of studies that show how important TK is, how important early intervention is. And to try to pit parents against each other like that is what I was most afraid of in January. Find the numbers, come talk to the people. Don't just repeat things that other people have said. Try to find the numbers. I'm sorry, the TK stuff really bugs me because I've heard it at my schools too. And I think it's just a misunderstanding that people have about the way TK works. And I think that's a failure of communication and a failure of transparency by the district. And you guys know this, I've talked to you guys about this. I'm just gonna say that again. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Please, come forward, state your name, please.
Hi, my name is Angela Avila, and I am an English and Spanish teacher here at Loams. And I have two adult students who are graduated from Morro Bay High School a few years ago and are in college right now. So I want to speak to having our counselors here, both first as a teacher, but also as a parent. And I really encourage board members to take Ms. Her and I up on her offer and come and see what our fabulous counselors are doing and how they're working with our students. Because I know as a teacher, I can help them conjugate verbs. I can help them write an essay about Beowulf. But it's really hard for students to focus when they're thinking about so many adult heavy topics. When they come in and they're worried about an ill family member, when they come in and they're worried about immigration issues, when they come in and they're worried about their home, where they will be living, all of those issues, and I know you know about that. So I just really, really encourage you to come in and see what they're doing. This age, being an adolescent, it's fantastic, it's chaotic, and it's already hard to do that to start with, and on top of everything else that some of our students are dealing with. And to mental health, I know this as a mom, as this is a very important topic at our house. And if a student is not emotionally well, the learning just cannot happen. It's so much harder. So I really, really encourage you to do that. And if there's any PG&E CEOs or people listening to this, please know the value of our counselors for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hi,
Please.
my name is Rose Uhas Fahey, and I didn't plan to speak tonight, but there's just a few things. I've been in the district for, I don't know, 25 years. And the frustrating part about listening to everything here is just the impact that counseling, library techs, I mean, I see and I have seen how effective both of those roles are in a middle school. I was here long enough to experience having a 1.5 or a 1.25 or contracts for counseling to patchwork it. And this school did not thrive as it is thriving now. It wasn't as healthy as it is now because we have at least 2 counselors at our site. I did the math and it would give us we're at 243 students per 1 counselor right now. If you cut it, that number's just going to increase. It's going to make it more challenging for us to do what we need to do. And as a math teacher, the number one issue I have is growth mindset. And having that heart and that determination to believe in themselves. They have to put everything on the shelf in order to get to that point. We will be 10 steps backwards if we cut any counseling. If you added counseling because of the COVID funding, well, you made progress because we were behind for too long. The EL aid that we had, 15 years since we had EL support. That EL support person is in my classroom and I have her moving. I know all the kids on that caseload and I don't waste any time. We are efficient as teachers because we care about those kids. Cassandra, in this library during lunch, you ought to come and visit. She has Santa's little workshop going on inside of that room. She is monitoring 10 million things going on. There are safe environments, kids in little cubby holes. I mean, it is dynamic. I really do think that there's truth to you going and visiting the schools to see what resonates with you. Where is your heart? What do you want to keep? I know the union is not going to be happy with me, but I would hands down increase my class sizes in a middle school math class than cut Jose or Ashley or make Cassandra's life miserable or get rid of any of her hours. Thank you for listening.
Hello, I'm Amber Spinneman. I'm the library tech at Teach Elementary, and I also have 2 children in the district, 5th and 7th grade. I was not planning on speaking tonight at all, but as I left work today, we had a meeting, the library techs had a meeting at Del Mar this afternoon, and on my way out, the secretary flagged me down at my school and said, some mail came for you today, and I just wanted you to have it. I didn't have a chance to look at it because I was busy with all this stuff, but I opened it just before this started, and I felt like it was so just symbolic, and I felt compelled to share this letter. It's from a student named Nina who moved to Florida, and she wrote me a letter, and it says, "Dear Mrs. Spinneman, hi, it's me, Nina, your friend and helper. I miss you so much. I miss the library. My school doesn't have one. It was fun being there, helping you, and doing the acting stuff for the book trailers. I miss library class, and you always had something so cool planned for us. This is a poem I found I thought you would like. Good friends are like stars. You don't always see them, but you know that they're always there." Isn't that a good one? I didn't make it up, but bye for now. I totally, and there was cats. Oh, I went to Italy and there was cats everywhere. Love Nina. Just wanted to share that.
Hi, my name is Shane Bagnall. I did work as a substitute teacher in this district for 2 years prior to COVID when all the substitutes were furloughed. And my wife is a library tech at C.L. Smith Elementary. And I wasn't planning on speaking either. But one of the things I did want to make a point of, just so that it's on everyone's radar, was in looking at that presentation, there were the first to return, second to return, last return. And it's disheartening and it's shocking to see that the library media techs would be second to return, that anything that they would not fall into a first return category. To me, that means that they're prioritizing things like a summer athletics program over an all year library services for the students. So I would hate to see any cuts, and hopefully these budgets can get worked out. But I would like to see the library tax be considered an absolute mandatory first return in lieu of being pushed back behind other priorities, because I don't believe library techs and librarians are not a first return priority for the schools.
Okay.
I'm a rule follower. I just wanted to ditto exactly what the gentleman right before me said. So I was not on the fiscal sustainability task force. I don't know exactly which humans were on that committee. I think a lot of their recommendations maybe do not represent what the entire school community may recommend. I think if there were people on that committee that were more willing to speak up, that maybe this would have been a different list of recommendations. It's also pretty surprising how many consulting fees carried over from last year's budget deficit of $5 million in cuts. I remember one of the questions I asked amongst many emails with many of you was, what was on the list last year that was considered for a cut that was not a recommended cut? I did not get an answer to that question last year, but if it was answered, much of the consulting fees we're looking at this year would have been cut last year instead of elementary school counselors, for example, that we didn't rehire. The interesting thing was on Thursday at the study session, Mr. Brian Clausen asked the same exact question. What was being reviewed for cuts this year that didn't make the recommended list? And I don't believe you got an answer to that question. So I'd be very curious to see what other expenditures are not being cut as opposed to secondary counselors. I just want to say, Common Ground Advisory Task Force being a first to return is really shocking and distasteful. And if they want to hire consultants and attorneys, they should find people to donate the time instead of using our general fund and taking library techs and school counselors' money. Everyone here probably knows me from coaching lots of sports. I love the athletics budget. I love the athletics for achievements. It is not a first to return item in a district that has a structural budget deficit. It is libraries, counselors, support specialists, and intervention only. That's it.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak? Please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Emily Parrish, and so many people have said much smarter and better things than me, but I wanted to offer my 2 cents tonight. I am a children's librarian for the county, and I attended tonight's meeting because I learned yesterday that the library techs are on the chopping block, and I need you to understand that we cannot get stories into the hands of children and teens without our school librarians. The school librarians I've been fortunate to collaborate with do fantastic work. Ms. Nelson, Ms. Intoyani, Ms. Kluver, Ms. Florindo, and I feel certain that the staff I haven't worked with yet are just as phenomenal. They learn a whole school full of names, they learn student interests, they learn about their goals and dreams and help them find stories that speak to them. They let them see the world or feel seen by the world through books. I'm honored to see so many young people at my libraries in Los Osos and Morro Bay, but I know for every kid who gets a ride to the library or walks over or skateboards over, There are many more who never get a chance to visit a library outside of their school. And after all, a library on its own, this building, is just books. We need our librarians to make the magic happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, then I think comment on this item is finished. Mr. Pinkerton, bring it back to the board.
Yeah. So again, we're not asking the board to make reductions tonight. It was really, tonight was about first time we announced this publicly, hearing impact, of course, as you have, and then this will be a lot of, hopefully conversations happening over the next month as we come back in December, and it'll be Dr. Prater standing up here, hopefully, to give that final look at the reductions for the board to consider after our first interim presentation.
Okay, Mr. Clausen.
Yeah, so first I just wanted to thank everyone for being here, and I wanted to spend a minute talking about PG&E and really appeal to all of you and let you know that we need all of you to potentially help solve this problem. And so I'm going to spend a minute with some thoughts on our funding shortfall from PG&E. Traditionally, we've received $10 to $15 million a year from PG&E through their operation of the Diablo Canyon plant, and that is now coming to an end. So really the basics is if that funding continues in any form, everything here goes away. Every single thing that we're fighting for can be preserved. And even if it's solved in a few months, the changes that are being made now can be brought back. And so I'd really appeal to all of us to fight for this. And let me dig into why. If you listen to the discussion going on about PG&E's support of our school district, I think you'll hear two things from them. The first is it's really complex, it's tied up in the legislature, they can't do anything, it's really hard, and that's not true. And the second thing you'll hear, and every time their spokesperson is interviewed, he'll say, I'd just love to meet with the school board, I would love to meet with the administration, I'd love to try to solve this. And we've all met with him, and they're not trying to solve it. And so I'd like to just dig into this a little further. The basic history of this is that we've received money from Diablo Canyon for decades. The plant was scheduled to close. It was depreciated, which is a normal financial strategy when something's closing. But then a legislative step was made to extend the plant for 5 more years. And it's operating, but it's been depreciated, so it doesn't have any value, so there's no tax base. And so we've met with them and appealed, and I'd like to dig into the discussion that I had with Eric Daniels from PG&E, because I think it's important to understand as part of this discourse. We tried to have an open discussion, and his feedback to me was that we did not have lobbyists in the room when they extended the plant. And because of that, we are no longer receiving funding and they can't do anything. And my response to that was, we are a school district. If I came to this group here and said we need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on lobbyists instead of on teachers or counselors or library techs, I hope you'd ask me to step down. But that's the point of disconnect here. He had the audacity to tell me that we were bad at lobbying, and that is why we have a financial problem now. And I would say there's just a total disconnect there. And so our response was, there's a moral and social contract that has existed between PG&E and the school district for decades, and that needs to continue. And this is a direct quote. He said to me, there will be no love money. It was probably one of the most frustrating professional experiences I've had in my 30-year career. And I left it just really disappointed. But so what I've concluded is we've appealed to their kindness, we've appealed to reason, and that's not working. We have confirmed that they have the ability to donate funds to our district. This is not a situation where they can't help. It's a situation where they're not. And all I can see as a solution is all of us banding together and letting them know that that's unacceptable. So my request to all of you is that you find Ben and you find Emily, who have organized the San Luis Coastal Parent Information Network, and you help, and that we try to solve this. And I think if we ask Mr. Pinkerton, I don't know, he's probably given up hope that they're going to do the right thing. I haven't, but we have to try. So please help us. And if we can solve this, everything here is saved. And that's what we all want. So that was not a question, I guess. I guess my question was, this is a question session, so
You get to just speak.
Mr. Pinkerton, do you think there's any chance that what I'm saying makes any sense? So that's that. Emily and Ben, can you raise your hands? Can everyone here please find them? And thank you for what you guys are doing. So that was that. My comment on the cuts is, and on the budget, I mean, I think that we've really seen intervention as something that's had a huge amount of success for us, and it hasn't been discussed extensively tonight, but I guess I just want to reiterate how important I think our intervention programs are and have been and are critical to our future. And I guess my comment there is you very resourcefully found solutions last year to bring back some things that are key parts of intervention that, you know, went through periods of potentially not being here, and you found ways. And, you know, I'm praying for your resourcefulness to be an asset to the district this coming year as well, however much as possible. So that's that. I guess I didn't have a question.
Mrs. Sheffer.
Yeah, I'm going to tack on to what Mr. Clausen said briefly. Mrs. Roger, Mr. Clausen, and I all met with Eric Daniels together. Another question we had for him was if would PG&E support the district in a legislative solution, and he did not commit. So we don't even know whether, if we found a way to come up with, we have been in touch with our legislators, whether PG&E would even support that. They're certainly not going to take the lead on anything. He was very clear about that. So they spend millions and millions of dollars a year on lobbyists. It was pointed out that we shouldn't be spending any money on lobbyists, but we gave it a shot. And I think with regard to TK, with that issue, that I know we speak frequently about how people in the legislature don't like to hear about basic aid districts, and I think that obviously is true, but it speaks to their lack of desire or intellectual laziness to not look at the differentiation between levels of funding for basic aid districts, so that it's easy to find. We have a wonderful staff, administrative staff in the district office at San Luis Coastal, and it's my understanding that Dr. Prater's executive assistant, Mandy Dawson, pulled together the information for the chart that we have that has been presented. So it's not, you know, a layperson can do that. And I know she devoted time and effort to do that, and it's much appreciated. And it should be something that every legislator should be able to have at their fingertips to say, oh, look, there is a huge difference between San Luis Coastal and Palo Alto. You know, that there is a difference in the funding, in the way the funding works. Again, back to PG&E, I can't say enough about the parent group. I hope everyone will join in writing letters and paying attention. They have a website, they have an Instagram page, they have a presence, and are looking for people any way they can. My question, I will have a little question here, is the current administration today set out that they are looking to completely dismantle the Department of Education, and I know that, well, in a normal world, that would take a great deal of time. In the world we live in now, apparently it can be done overnight. So I don't know, I know, Mr. Pinkerton, you don't have a crystal ball. I know you don't operate with a crystal ball because you are a person who deals in hard numbers. But I'm curious as to whether you have any sense as to what impact that may have on our funding.
So yeah, I've tried not to go down that road thus far, right, and worry about what the Trump administration is going to do with Title I, and we would be adding another $1.5 million worth of reductions tonight to that proposed list is what would happen. That said, if it happens, we'll have to deal with it at that point, right? I do know that the pushback last year was great. When they talked about reducing Title I, again, amongst all of the House of Representatives, the Senate, there was a lot of pushback, and it was restored, right? He was going to reduce Title II, Title III, Title IV, and then we ended up, again, pushback and receiving that funding. So he could do anything. I don't know what'll happen. You never know how it goes. But for now, my hope is that the Senate and House of Representatives will continue to push to support the current Title I funds that come forward. And again, if we have to face that as a district, we'll have to face it at that time.
Yeah.
That will mean a lot of further reductions in intervention, is what I would tell you, because that's where most of those dollars go.
Thank you. And I think when I read this, I mean, it looks as though they're going to try and spread it around all Department of Labor and Health and Human Services and all these organizations that have no history or experience in dealing with these issues. But it just is something that I think as fiduciaries sitting up here, it's one more thing we have to keep in the back of our minds going forward. But it certainly won't impact what we're having to do now, but a lot can happen between now and June when the budget is finalized. So no one sitting up here is taking this lightly, and we're about kids. That's what it's about, but we're just going to have to make some decisions here. And that's what we'll keep buckling down and doing, thinking about. I appreciate your input. It's important, it's meaningful, and thank you for being here tonight.
Okay, and then I just would add that, as Ellen said, I was in the meeting with Ellen and Brian and Eric Daniels. And we did try to appeal to him, he representing PG&E. We tried to appeal to their Better Angels, and that was a no-go. They do not have any interest in helping our school district. I believe, I could be wrong about this, but I believe that 40 years ago, Diablo Canyon put us into basic aid. And now there's a possibility they will take us out of it. So my take on Eric Daniels' position as a representative of PG&E was like a little kid on the schoolyard. Make me. They are not going to do anything to help us because they care about us. So we have to try to make them. And that's pursuing a legislative solution, a letter writing campaign. They rely on the community's goodwill. They don't have goodwill from the school district right now. Let's see what we can do. as a group. Nobody here wants to make any of these cuts. This is not pleasant. This is not the, you know, seeing the kids go into the schools. That's why you're on the school board, because you care about the kids. There's no glory in this. And there's certainly no personal satisfaction or there's nothing in it. Making these cuts is not something that I want to do or that my colleagues want to do. So my question is, Mrs. Herney's very heartfelt and heartfelt suggestion that we come and spend a day with her and see how counselors work with students. Although I would love to do that, I don't think that I will be able to do it or any of my colleagues will be able to do it, because I think that her work with students is confidential, and I would like some confirmation of that.
From me or Ms. Hernay or Lisa?
Well, from whoever
I mean, no, you can't really be, I mean, yeah. I think her point is just for you to see her workload, what happens during the course of the day, interaction with kids,
But she's with students
But you wouldn't be in there during a
all
counseling
day.
session with a student.
Of course not. So I don't know that we really can go and see what she does when what she does is with students. We can't, I don't think we can be in there. I know that my children benefited tremendously from the school counselor in elementary school when their grandmother died a gruesome death, had her legs cut off at the hip. And the school counselor was very helpful to my kids. I have always supported counseling. But I don't think I can go and spend time with Mrs. Hernay because I think what she does is confidential. That's my comment.
I'll be here tomorrow for hours with the counselors.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Pinkerton, I don't think there's additional board comment. I don't think there's additional public comment. I think this item
So we'll
is
see you in a
over.
month. We'll be back in a month to, again, first interim update. Dr. Prater will present final recommendations at that point, and we'll see what happens with the state budget and as we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And thank all of you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, let me see if I can get back here. Can I get back to my regular agenda? Yeah. Okay, so. Okay, item 10.03 is a proposed revision to Board Bylaw 9270, conflict of interest. This is a first reading.
Good evening, Board. I am bringing to you today, per CSBA's recommendation, to review our conflict of interest policy. California School Board Association's gamut did do a revision and update to our conflict of interest recommendations. Should I would you like me to keep going? Can you hear me? Okay. And so we began with the school board policy committee to work on the development. Now, the policy itself is super legalese because it is all defined by government regulation and code. And so we elected to call Mr. Whiteside, our counsel, to have him on the phone on Zoom and talk us through the revisions of this board policy in its entirety. Most notably, I would want to draw your attention to the fact that our school board policy subcommittee has elected to keep the dollar amount to $250 in terms of what you have to declare as received from any individual or group. Although the law has since been changed to $500. So our school board policy committee has recommended keeping it at the $250 because they believe that in a small community like this, it's important that every donation be noted and counted with the group. So I bring this forward to you to recommend to consider it to bring back next time for a second reading.
Okay, is that the will of the board? Mr. Clausen.
Well, so my question is maybe just a basic one, but it seems like the conflict of interest policy has come up 2 or 3 times since I've been on the board for 3 years. And I was just wondering, is that because of broader changes outside our district? I mean, is this all just gamut really driven? I mean, I'm sure you guys on the policy committee spent a lot of time on this, and I was just curious about the context of this.
When we called Mr. Whiteside, he reminded our team that there wasn't a requirement. This is a policy that's required every other year to be revised, and we had just done it last year, so we did not have to make changes at this time. I believe Gamut did make the recommendation for change because of that increase to the dollar amount. So any changes in the governmental codes and laws that pertain to conflict of interest is what Gamut is responding to. But there was no requirement at this time to update it because we did just update it last fall.
So I guess, is there like a layman's summary of any material changes to our conflict of interest that I should know about? I mean, I read it, but I was like, it seems similar.
It is very similar and continues really primarily there's the interest 700 form that you all fill out and we all fill out as anyone who oversees the spending of government money to declare any conflict of interest or personal gain that we might get from any contract that's being decided upon or any kind of anything we're engaging in.
Okay, then would we like to bring this back? We'll bring it back for a second reading.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving on to the action consent agenda now, so please let me know if you would like anything pulled. 11.01, approval of the minutes of the November 4th and November 13th, 2025 meetings. 11.02, approval of furniture and equipment requests. 11.03, acceptance of donations. 11.04, approval of 2027-2028 instructional calendar.
Can we pull that one, please?
Was that you, Mr. Blossom?
It was me.
Okay. $11.05, approval of certificated and classified personnel items. 11.06, approval of board policy BP 0460, local control and accountability. Second reading. 11.07, approval of board policy 4030, non-discrimination in employment. A second reading. 11.08, approval of board policy 0441, artificial intelligence. A second reading.
Please pull that one.
Okay. So then I'm seeking approval of 11.01 through 11.03, 11.05 through 11.07. Okay. I have a motion by Mrs. Sheffer. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion by Mrs. Sheffer, second by Mr. Unger. Mrs. Sheffer.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Unger.
Yes.
Mr. Banfield.
Yes.
Mr. Buckman. Mr. Clausen.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So those pass 6-0 with one absent. And 11.0 for the instructional calendar, Mr. Clausen.
I just pulled this because we had a public comment asking us to review it tonight, and I didn't have a lot of context on how much we've looked at it or considered that individual's request around Cal Poly schedules on our schedule, and so since I didn't know anything about it really, I figured I'd ask.
I can speak to that. Mr. Clausen is so the HR calendar, or the instructional calendar comes out of HR. And so we work with multiple stakeholders within the organization, both CSEA, SLCTA, SEIU, administrators, et cetera. The things that we look at with regards to the calendar, there's quite a few things that go into it. We want to try to balance the semester. So, when you're looking at the school year, you don't want the fall semester to be 110 days and the spring semester be 70 days, if that makes sense, because you're trying to prep kids for the final exams. You're trying to prep kids at the secondary level for AP exams, et cetera. Those things are also factored in the calendars. That's when the state testing and the AP testing, which we don't dictate those things. We do look at the spring break from a standpoint of all the breaks, trying to pace out the school year to make it somewhat humane, so kids and teachers and principals get a break every once in a while, because we know, like, October is a challenging month. There's really not a day in October that we have off. So, looking at those things. So the spring break has typically been part of what we look at. The spring break for the school district is related to San Luis Obispo High School's trimester, because it is right about that time that the second trimester begins and ends. So there's a number of factors that go into that. We have looked into it. I've reached out to both Cal Poly and Cuesta. Cuesta did respond to me, just saying, hey, we've already got our calendar for 26, 27. The problem with potentially changing spring break now for this school year is families have already made their plans. They've already bought tickets. So that would be a challenge in and of itself to make a change in this school year. For whatever reason, Cal Poly and Cuesta don't create their calendars as far in advance as we do. So Cuesta said, yeah, we're working on our calendar, but for 27, 28, but we probably won't have it till closer to the end of this school year. There is no set schedule as to when they're going to have their spring break. So it's not like they say, yeah, it's always going to be the first week in April or the last week in March. So without some definitive understanding of when that break would be, it would hold us hostage to set a calendar waiting.
So if we
for that.
change 27, 28 now to match the week that the gentleman recommended, theoretically Cal Poly could move theirs back a week, and it could end up being when we have it now. Is that
correct? And they haven't even begun to develop. Well, Cal Poly didn't get back to me when I reached out.
They don't have their calendar.
Okay.
They don't have a calendar.
All right.
So
If they did, it'd be easy for us to look at.
yeah, but we're just.
So we're theoretically sympathetic to the request. It's just
Yeah,
logistically
certainly.
problematic. Okay.
Certainly, we would be, but yeah, it's challenging to have to be kind of wait for some other organization to complete their calendar for us to complete our calendar.
Okay. Thanks for the context.
Mm-hmm.
So did you want to make a motion to approve?
Yeah, I mean, does anyone else have any opinions on that? I don't have strong opinions other than, I mean, if we could make them coincide, it seems like it would be great, but it sounds like.
We would love to. I mean, Eric tasked me with trying to work that out with the two universities, but it just didn't. Their response, well, Cuesta just said it will be the end of this school year before we've got our 27-28 calendar ready to go.
Okay.
So the problem is, like, for next year's calendar, which is the first time where Cuesta and Cal Poly are together, because this never happened before. Like, next year is the first time that they're actually together. And so that was the first request that we changed next year's calendar, the 26-27 calendar, right, to correspond. But the problem is we've already told our staff that week, and they've made plans, they have vacations, they have flights. And so to change, for us to do that to our staff and our parents now would be you know, I
Yep.
just for Cal Poly and Quest, I don't think that that's necessarily a good thing for us. So
All right.
now we face the same
I'll
thing with the
move
next year.
approval of item 11.04. Unless there's other discussion. Sorry.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Clausen and a second by Mr. Buckman. Mr. Clausen?
Yes.
Mr. Buckman? Mrs. Sheffer?
Yes.
Mr. Banfield?
Yeah.
Mr. Unger?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That passes 6-0 with one absent. And then, Mr. Clausen, you pulled 11.08.
Yeah, I pulled 11.08 because I think there's been a reasonable amount of discussion around some final edits to it, and I thought it might just be useful to get the perspective of you guys on the policy committee as you finalized it, and just make sure we are all aligned on it, and B, I think part of the request was just that there would be clear path to have engagement on this policy, and I want to make sure you guys feel like we've adequately covered that.
It was interesting as I looked through the policy again. There was a section that was already in it that that called for community input, and so it was just easy to just add the other things that you and Erica were asking for. So, and it just made sense. It made perfect sense to do it, and it was just a lovely place to put it. So it's in there now.
I mean, I think the complementary question is just like from an administration standpoint, do you feel like we got to an outcome that allows us to, you know, ensure there's some engagement without creating a burden or overhead that is unreasonable? And do you feel like you have a clear path forward to administer this policy?
Yes, I definitely do. I feel like the interesting and important piece about board policies is that this is a breathing and living document. And I am very confident that because this is a brand new policy we're adding to our collection, there will be regular updates coming from Gamut. And so we will both be prompted to make changes as this landscape of artificial intelligence adapts and grows and changes within our schools. So I do believe that with the addition of just naming all the different stakeholder groups, students, staff, parents, and community members in the policy has accomplished the goal of ensuring that our broader community is involved in artificial intelligence in our schools.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a quick question? So, sure. Given what you were saying about this being a living, you know, policies being living and breathing and things like that, does this policy give you enough guidance to be able to create the administrative regulations to implement it?
Yes, I'm very excited that, as I had mentioned when I first brought it forward, you know, our secondary teacher group has just begun on a district-wide level. Many obviously have been dabbling in this work independently, but we as a school district are just starting to have a broad, consistent conversation about the appropriate use and inappropriate uses of artificial intelligence in our school programming. And I think this policy is the perfect jumping off point now for the Artificial Intelligence Task Force that will be doing its work in hopefully January, February. And furthermore, I encourage and am excited that the board members, you will all be with me at CSBA's conference. And one of the keynotes is exactly about artificial intelligence and its impact on schools. And so I feel like, again, as the board and as our school district stakeholder group continue to learn and grow in this area, we will need to build and adapt both this policy as well as the procedure or AR that we develop about the use of AI in our schools. So I do feel like this is a very generic starting place for our school district.
And I just wanted to add that I think that the way the language is in the board policy allows for the development of the AR without the board getting into that how. And that I think that's an important balance that to be aware of, that the board, by adopting this, is adopting the what we expect, and then it will be up to Ms. Yamashita and Mr. Kalish and whoever else is involved to determine how to best implement it to meet the needs and goals of the district. So you have your work cut out for you in that regard.
Okay, then.
I will move to approve item 12.08.
Okay. And do I have a second?
What's
I
that?
guess I am the second. Oh,
I'll second it.
okay. We've got a motion by Mr. Clausen, a second by Mr. Banfield. Mr. Clausen.
Yes.
Mr. Banfield.
Yes.
Mr. Unger.
Yes.
Mr. Buckman.
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer. And I'm a yes. That passes 6-0 with 1 absent. Okay. Anything for advanced agenda? Okay. Then reports by board members. Everyone's tired. If there are none, then this meeting is adjourned.